Cześć.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Cześć, cześć. And we have several commissioners that I hope will join. So with that, I'll welcome everybody to the June 1, 2026 Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee. Before I call our meeting to order, I'll announce that some committee members, staff, and public are attending remotely, as well as some on site. All participants joining by phone should mute phones when you're not speaking to avoid background noise. And when you are speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, make sure you announce yourself by name and title when you speak so that the public observing knows who's speaking. And this is critical given the number of remote participants. It's also current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting. And those comments are included in our record of the meeting. The public has an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking again, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of the item at hand, and disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. And my name is Melissa Bynum, and I am the at-large District 1 Commissioner, Chair of Economic Development and Finance, and I'll call our meeting of this standing committee to order, please, and have the clerk call the roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Stites,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Burns, Howard, Bynum.
Here. Clerk, are there any revisions on our agenda this evening?
Yes, there is an agenda update. We are adding a document to item number 4.4.
Thank you. Our first order of business tonight is approval of minutes from our June 2nd and September 8th, 2025, March 30 and April 27, 2026 meetings. If I could have a motion for approval.
Davis, second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Burns and a second from Commissioner Davis. Roll call.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns, Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Our first item tonight is a presentation on our first quarter investment report for 2026. Covers the period January 1 through March 31, 2026. I'll recognize staff from Treasury for the presentation and remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Michelle Wooten, Deputy Treasurer Cash Manager here to present the quarterly investment first quarter 2026, again covering period of January 1, 2026 through March 31st of 2026. Few key metrics, we like to point out that our average yield was 2.72%. We're down days to maturity 130 days from 180 days to maturity from quarter 4 of 2025. Our portfolio for quarter 1 contained cash of 71% and invested at 29%. Our average yield, 2.72%, down from 2.89% in quarter 4 of 2025. That's a misprint there, sorry. And below our target T-bill benchmark of 3.67%. Total interest earned for quarter 1 is $2.5 million. And the type of securities in our investment portfolio, of the $376 million, $35 million or 9% is in CDs that's fully collateralized per investment policy and state statute, and $74 million or 20% is in U.S. agency securities. Transactions that occurred in quarter 1 of 2026. We had 2 maturities that happened, and one in February and one in March. We did not go out for any purchases during first quarter. We are preparing for those here in second quarter. That's very brief, so I take any questions anyone may have.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you, by the way, very much for the presentation. Also, clerk, are there any written comments received from the public on the item?
No comments received.
And are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Is there anyone here present that would like to speak to this item? If so, you'd have up to 3 minutes. All right, and again, I'll circle back to our committee. And I see no request to speak. Thank you so much. We will move to the next item. This is a presentation of our first quarter financials for 2026. I'll recognize our CFO, Dr. Shelley Knieven.
Thank you. We are going to cover the first quarter financial report. I'll try to be brief. I don't know that I'll be as brief as Michelle got to be because I have a little bit more to cover, but I like to highlight each one of our major funds. These are the funds where most of our operations are funded through. They're the largest funds, so I highlight these, but we do have many other funds which you can find in the budget book. We do this quarterly report to the committee, and then the full commission gets a copy as well. So we cover the general funds for both the city and the county. Just to be clear, even though we are a consolidated government, city funds can only be used to fund city operations, and county funds are used to fund county operations. So we do track them separately. We do expense them separately. So I report on them separately. The park department is a combined fund where we actually transfer funds, about $5 million out of the city general fund to pay for city parks. And then the rest of it is paid for by a portion of our county mill levy that pays for the county parks. And to make the administration of that fund easier for the department, because they do share staff across both city and county parks, they have a combined fund and have had for many, many years. We've got the dedicated sales tax fund, which is, as a reminder, that is for public safety. Specifically, it's on the city side. It's for police and fire. So public safety, but not including the sheriff, which is funded from the county. And then it also has neighborhood infrastructure, which in the past we had funded some personnel, but we were moving personnel out of that fund. So these funds are dedicated to capital improvements. Typically, they go towards our overlay programs. And then the sanitary sewer fund is another large fund that is paid for with the ratepayers' user fees and helps to operate and fund and maintain our sanitary sewer system. So I'll talk about each one of those briefly. You've got all the specifics, but I'll talk about each one of them briefly. It's always good to look at, and this particular report includes an update to the last year, 2025 year end as of 12/31. And as I think I've shared at other previous commission meetings, it takes about a month to 2 months to pay off invoices, to get them submitted and paid for expenses that we actually incurred during 25, but then they get paid as the invoices are submitted. So we don't really close out our books for a couple of months, and then we go through an audit process. These numbers are as close to our estimate, but they are not yet audited. If there's any final changes, we will make those changes based on the audit. Typically, those kinds of changes might be the categorization between the types of expenses, but there's no material changes in the numbers. As I've also explained, the important point of the year end from the prior year, as we go into the budget discussions with the commission, is to look at that fund balance, because that's the number that will carry forward. So the audit is going to look backwards over time and say, okay, we actually spent, in this case, for the city's general fund, $179 million. Did we properly account for those expenses? Did we have all the documentation? That is what they are auditing. And then the budget is looking forward. So how do you want to budget and expense things for 27? This is a report then that tracks the current year, in the middle of the sandwich. So we've got the end of the last year, current year, how we're doing, and then next year is the budgeting process. So all the information, it's often asked about the audit, when will audit be done, but we have all the information we need for the budget preparation with the fund balances numbers. So having said that, as you all know, property taxes typically are paid with two payments in December and then again in May. And we do have a lot of those property taxes so that are paid in one payment. So you can see, and this will hold true through the funds that get property taxes, that we've actually in the first quarter received about 58% of the total for property taxes, and motor vehicles is at 32%. Because that is different under state statute. It has to do with the first letter of your last name is as to when you're put on a cycle rotation. So it occurs throughout the year or throughout a number of months, not just in the two payments. So we're at 32% for the motor vehicles. Sales and use taxes are up a little bit over projections, which is positive. It's up to 27% of the total. So that's a positive indicator. But our BPU pilot estimates are slightly down. Just as a reminder, last year in 25, we did know that the GM plant was going to close down for a period of time. That is a large energy user. And so when their energy use goes down, then the collections on the pilot also go down. We knew they were going to be shut down to retool to be able to produce new vehicles, a new type of vehicle. And so we had forecast that, but we're seeing that we're still seeing that those numbers are slightly below where we anticipated. They're at 23% right now for the first quarter. So we'll keep an eye on that because that can compound over time. And then just as a reminder, there's in the narrative report for our new commissioners, and I'm glad to talk with you offline or here if you'd like to talk about it. We have the NASCAR Star Bonds that were originally done did have an annual appropriations backing. That's the only Star Bonds that we ever had arranged that way. It has special enabling legislation. We have never had to utilize that. That has performed perfectly as expected. And but in budget adoption, we are required to put that amount in the event that we would need to pay some of those bonds if the revenue was not there. Those bonds expire in 2027. And so we've already done the analysis of how much is sitting in the project account for the Star Bonds, and there's adequate revenue to repay those bonds. So we will never have to use this money. And then the 28 budget year will be the first year that this goes away. So I like to really point that out because you'll see the number gets carried in there for 3 quarters and then all of a sudden it goes away. It's not that our revenue projections were wrong. We actually net out revenue with expenses, so it's a net zero because we know that there's adequate funds over in the Star Bonds account, but we're required to put this in as part of those bond covenants. So it kind of looks like one number in total, and then we adjust it accordingly. So just to share that information, there's a narrative in the written report that can help explain that further. On the expense side, we're at 21% of our expenses on salaries and benefits. This is an area that we watch very closely. And as you know, this will be the first year that we have put in place some controls to only allow positions that are fully budgeted to be filled, to be hired. In the past, we would have more positions approved, but not fully budgeted because we were budgeting on a trend. So in other words, we were counting on there'll be turnover and attrition, and there will be, but unfortunately, you can't really predict that. And what had happened in the last couple of years was that we had overspent salaries and benefits by quite a bit. And so one of our budget approaches that is effective this budget year is that only positions that are budgeted and fully budgeted can be filled. And that's true for all the positions in the city general fund. There's one outlier, and that's in the sheriff's department, which has a 10-position outlier where they're not budgeted, but they would be able to fill them to help with, in particular, with attrition, particularly because of the minimum required staffing for the jail. So it's very similar to a strategy I used over in Jackson County. It's like a ghost position, and it helps you make sure you maintain that continuity of staff. No other departments have that, and that will be very good because then the only overspending that we should incur would be related to any kind of overtime overrun that we have. So, and typically overtime would happen when you have positions that haven't been filled. We had a hiring freeze last year, and so we weren't filling positions, but there were some positions that we needed to show up to do the job. So we did have time that exceeded the budget. So again, these are some of the best practices that we put in place that will benefit the UG for a long time to come. Contractual services are at 38%, which is high for the first quarter. And that is because some of our contracts get paid at the beginning of the year. So it's not a 1/12, 1/12, 1/12 kind of formula. Nothing there concerning to us at all. As a reminder, with the adopted budget, we did not have a structurally balanced budget. We used 1.1 million of the fund balance, meaning that new revenue did not adequately cover our expected new expenses. Our best practice is that we want to be in a position, unless there's a reason, and there is in some other funds, but we want to be in a position where we're structurally balanced. We don't spend more than we expect to receive. And so we're always watching that, and that of course affects our fund balance. So for the fund balance for the general fund, it's at 21%. As you know, by adopted policy by the mayor and commission, it's supposed to be 25%. As a best practice, again, that's not unique to the UG. That is a best practice by the Government Finance Officers Association and what all cities and counties use. So we're below our target, but we do have a healthy fund balance, and that is a positive thing. Next fund is the County General Fund. Again, you'll see some of the information carry through. So property tax, again, 58% and so on and so forth. You'll see our salary and benefits are at 23%, contractual services 29%. Again, that has to do with some prepayments that we're required to do. And the concern, as you all know, is that when this budget was put together, we also did not have a structurally sound budget, meaning that the revenues were not going to cover the anticipated expenses, and we used about $867,000 of our fund balance. And our fund balance was relatively low to start with. And so we're at a 6% fund balance. We will update that as we final out with the audit if there's any additional funds. There's been some different numbers used because we were still in the process of figuring out which projects are going to roll over to the project account. So what that means is that you may have a capital project and it may take more than a budget year to complete the project, but the project's really approved and really funded. So while you're finishing that particular project, only that project, what's been particularly approved, you roll that money as if it was spent for purposes of an audit and a report into a project account, so you finish the project. So that's just the accounting way of handling those types of things. And so that number could change a little bit based on if we were able to get any final numbers on some of those capital projects. Hopefully a little smidge to the better. I don't anticipate it'll be less than the 6%. Next fund is the Parks Combined Fund, as I mentioned. Again, it carries through with the property taxes at 58%. And then you'll see the transfer from the general fund. Remember, that was the amount of money that we transfer 25% of it per quarter. I do want to highlight because we did not have all of the transfers booked. On the city's general fund side, we did not have the corresponding transfer out, transfer in. That was an issue that the accounting director and I talked about just today, and so we'll make sure that gets caught up. But the funds are there. She just didn't count it in the report for me. So we transfer that 1/4 every quarter. And then there's a little bit of property taxes that go towards that fund. And then those funds are what help to pay for the city and the county Parks Department, the parks and the services that they provide. In this case, we did use some of the fund balance, but we did it on purpose. So yes, we had a structurally imbalanced budget in 2026, but that's because we had enough money in our fund balance well in excess of the 25%. And so we're using that towards some capital projects that were approved through the budget process. And we're still sitting at a position of 32%. It's cut off on my hard copy, so I'm having to look up there. I know it's small. So we're still at 32%. So that gives us a little bit of flexibility to fund some additional capital projects, which can happen during the year through a budget amendment, if it was so the desire of the commission, or it can just happen next year. Those dollars don't go away. They stay with that fund. They stay with the purpose. So those funds are in the fund balance for the park department. And that fund is in a healthy position. Dedicated sales tax, again, this is the sales tax that funds fire, police, 25 positions each. And some of our infrastructure projects, our sales taxes are at 26% of our anticipated revenue. And so the sales taxes are pretty well on point of what we had projected. And this is on the city side only. That's a little distinction in terms of the other sales taxes. Not to confuse you, but thinking if there are other folks listening, just to educate. So the city and the county, the city gets its sales tax for the city general sales tax, 1%. Then the county has a 1% sales tax, but under state statute, we are required to apportion that out to the municipalities in the county, and then the county keeps a portion. So the percentages, in other words, on how we're doing with the budget, you can't draw line to line. Okay, and so we apportion a part to Bonner Springs, to Edwardsville, very small amount to Lake Quivera, and then the city of Kansas City. So in these reports, I will report to you under the county general fund, only the county's part that they retain. Okay, because that's the money that's available for the county services that we fund. And then on the city side, I'm going to report to you the city's 1% plus, it's about 73% of the county general fund sales tax that goes over to the city. That makes sense? Okay.
Senator Haley.
Thank you. And to that point, I'm really appreciating that. I don't have a hard copy, so
Nope.
I'll read this at the same time. I don't know if anyone else got one, Madam Chair. I know that recently, to your last point, the apportionment of what is derived from the county side and then how it's going back, that there's been a request that the state conduct some sort of audit. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, and if you have taken into account some of what you're sharing with us, Dr. Knuven, right now, as to how that would be applied to that. In other words, the revenue that the county pays in and to the reapportionment of that, which again, I'm trying to.
Right,
keep up, but
right,
just
no.
Seeing if you have taken in that, if you're aware of that, and if in fact it's coming into a reflection of what you're bringing today.
So what the senator's referring to is there was a request that was approved to do an assessment of are we properly funding county services with county funds, basically. And so these dollars, the portion of the county sales tax that goes to Edwardsville or goes to Bonner Springs get used to fund city stuff. It doesn't get used to fund county stuff. The only the amount that's retained by the county goes to fund county stuff, but that's a sophisticated term, county services, but all of our county benefits. So examples are our sheriff, our district court, our district attorney, our health department, our election board. So all of these are appraiser. All of these services that are funded by the county are paid for with only those retained dollars. We also, though, to your point, provide these other cities based on state statute, as does every other county in the state of Kansas, a portion of the county general sales tax to help support those city services. So it's the city, we're basically helping to support the city, and Kansas City, Kansas benefits from that as well. And so it's just an apportionment, and that would be a little bit different analysis as to is that the right way to do it or not? Right now, it's based on population and assessed value percentages. And they have equal weight, 50-50. And so let's pretend you get $1 in sales taxes. So 73 cents goes to the city of Kansas City. About 23% goes to the county. The rest of it goes to these other jurisdictions. And so then it would be, is that the right approach or not? It's just a way to help support cities because cities do provide a lot of services. And that would be a little different analysis. The analysis that I understand is being done is to look at, are we properly funding or tracking the funding for county services? And I have no concerns at all about that assessment. We are absolutely, as I said, we keep the funds separate. Even though we're unified, we still keep the funds separate. 100% of the appraiser's office is funded out of the county fund. 100% of the election board out of the county fund. Those are required services. Treasury is required service under state statute that a county has to provide. And so we don't use city money to subsidize that. And likewise, we don't use county money to subsidize city operations like that would be your police department, your fire department, those departments that serve just the city side of the equation. They don't provide those same services to these other jurisdictions. So little different analysis. I know one of our requests has been to look at if we were to explore doing a new sales tax for supporting some particular purpose, whatever that might be at the pleasure of the commission, that be dedicated to that whatever, okay? And it not be apportioned out to the other cities, so it can properly fund that county service, that one new 1%, not the existing. So there's no intention to try and pull back money from other jurisdictions in terms of how it's currently done. But it would be a good discussion in terms of the funds that can be generated, because for the county, and this is part of our concern, our county fund, it doesn't have enough revenue in order to pay for the services that are required by state statute. It has property taxes, a portion. It has sales taxes, but this much smaller portion, as I said, like 23% of the dollar. And, but yet we're required to do all these services that we have to do as well. So that is a discussion worth having. And because we don't have adequate revenue to generate the money needed to run those services, we've had to dip into our fund balance. So our issue on our county side has to do with our fund balance. We don't have an adequate fund balance. We don't have adequate revenue every year to pay for the required services. There's different issues going on for us with the city general fund, and that has to do, as we know, debt. We have too much debt that we're paying for. That's not the case for the county. The county is 6% of our budget goes towards debt payments. And that was debt to build the jail. It was debt to build stuff for the county. It didn't build anything else. So long answer, but I wanted to make sure a couple of points in there because they are really important, and some goals that we have in terms of meeting some of the needs we have that would benefit the whole community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the insight too. Watching that. Thank you for the illumination and the education.
Thank you. Thanks.
Senator.
All right. So next one is sanitary sewer fund. And again, this is charges for services that are dedicated. So this is fees people pay for their sewer bill. And it is dedicated revenue. It cannot be used for other things. It has to be used for maintaining the system. We get about 58 million in total, and charges for services are a little bit down. They're at 23% of the total. So it's very, very small. And there's a very tiny bit of property taxes that come in, but it's not from a traditional property tax. It has to do with, oh gosh, Debbie, do you recall the $5,000 we get from property taxes? It's so little.
Yeah, Debbie Johns, your deputy CFO, it's from special assessments.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
It used to be more. I think we're getting down to, there's just a couple of them, may even be just one.
On the expense side, thank you, Debbie. On the expense side, salary and benefits are below budget. We would expect about 25%. They're at 20%. I know they're pushing and hiring and trying to get qualified people in. Contractual services are higher at 35, which again, same with commodities. We pre-order quite a bit of items for the year. It doesn't mean that you will actually use all those commodities in the first quarter, but you paid for them in the first quarter. We also use some of our fund balance. I think we talked about this some in other venues of, for a sewer fund, you want to have a portion of 25% fund balance for operations, but our policy actually calls for a 30 to 40% fund balance. And that's because you want to have cash in case of emergencies, breaks that you don't know that are going to occur, or to pay for cash projects in lieu of doing debt finance projects. So you do want that particular fund balance to be healthier. It is healthy. It's at about 61% of the operating cost, which sounds high, but that's not high in terms of our policies. And they're starting to identify projects that we can cash fund instead of debt finance, which is always going to be less expensive because you don't have the interest charges. So this fund is doing just fine through the first quarter. Cash and investments, this relates very much to what Michelle was just talking about. We have a total of $377.8 million. We always in the first quarter have more cash, and that's because of the first half of the property tax payments that were made. If you think about it, our property taxes that go into multiple funds, these are pooled together. So these are all funds. But those cash dollars that are put into the operating account are to fund operations for 12 months out of the year. So people pay in December and May to help fund the 26 budget, but we spend that down through the year. So these numbers adjust, but they were, we expected them to be. The employee health insurance fund is also restricted. That has to do with the contributions that we make as an employer, but also the employees make into this fund. We are self-insured, meaning that we do have what's called excess insurance for catastrophic claims, but for just routine claims, we do those ourselves, which is for large organizations is a way to kind of cut out that middleman, if you will, and to make it more cost effective in terms of your rates. And it's been very successful for us. And we're at 25 million. We go through an annual as well as a biannual process to look at that fund, to look at how the claims are doing, to see if we need to make adjustments in the contribution rates for the next budget year. Early indications are we should be fine. There might be a slight increase based on the cost of service inflation for healthcare service. But that has been very successful implementation for the UG. Then we have our two types of investments, and for our new commissioners, we're restricted by state statute. There's written narrative in my written report, but we have to be very conservative in what we invest public dollars into. So we can do certificates of deposits, agencies, and treasuries. There's other rules that go with this, but in a general sense, we're restricted. We did pay or redeem in two previous investments to the tune of $20 million during the first quarter. Michelle mentioned we will be doing a reinvestment on that. When we do those, we do a bid, and there's rules and state statute about how you do that. And so you send out a request for bids basically to any bank that has a physical location in our county. We invite them all to participate. And then there are certain kinds of brokers that meet certain qualifications that you can also send out requests for bids from. And then we look at that and we make a decision on how we want that investment portfolio to be laddered. Oops. So our policy has some guidance on this as well, also adopted by the mayor and commission. And our policy tries to, you want to ladder out your investment portfolio to take advantage of the market. So if the market's doing really well, and a great example of this is that right after COVID, it was a terrible market. It was very unknown, a lot of unknowns. So we took some investments and we accepted a 1% rate of return on those investments for 4 years, simply because we had no idea what was going to happen. At least we knew we'd get 1%. Okay. Well, those have now all redeemed. Thank goodness, because then what happened was 2 years after the fact, the rates started going up, and we now have investments that are at 5% or 4% or 3%. The market is very volatile again. And so we're constantly taking a look at that. We have not done the investment of the 20 million, but like I said, we will. But the laddering shows you when we're going to have more opportunities for investment come up. And we compare it to our, what's called the overnight rate. And the overnight rate is connected by state statute to the treasury bills minus 1%. So all of our cash gets invested every single day overnight. And that is a way to protect a public institution's money because the FDIC only insures 250,000. We clearly have much more than that. So the way they protect that is they quote invested overnight, true for throughout the entire country, every institution. And that earns some money for the fund, but it also protects those dollars so that they wouldn't be at risk should something happen with that bank. So it serves kind of two purposes. In terms of debt, we've spent time in some other sessions, so I won't go into details on this, but this provides you an overview of as of 24, 25, and 26, our outstanding debt of all kinds that we have. So we have our general obligation bonds we talk a lot about, but we also have a state revolving fund, which funded some sanitary sewer projects. We also have capital lease projects that are funded. Those are going to be like fire trucks that might have an 8 to 10 year life, but not a 20-year life. So you don't want to fund those through a general obligation bond, which is typically 20 to 30 years. You do it through a capital lease payment, or you pay cash for it if you can. And so this is the way that we've done most of our fleet. So our snow plows, our dump trucks, our really all of our fleet is done through a capital lease. Then that concludes the presentation. So glad to answer any questions you might have. Thanks for indulging us to go through the details. Spend a little bit more time just to give you an update give you some background on some of these things, but glad to answer anything.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Davis District Gate. Dr. Knieven, thank you so much for your presentation. I just need help understanding the star bond situation here. So those dollars come from the property owner to pay off the star bonds? Who's generating that revenue, the 10 million change?
So for any star bonds, it's based on the sales tax that's generated that gets designated to be captured. So it's not all sales taxes, it's certain sales taxes that get captured to repay the bonds. The great majority of that is the state sales tax. So of the sales tax rates, the state has 6.25%. That's about 75% of the total. And then our 1% general and then our 1% county, not including the parts we apportion out to Edwardsville and Bonner Springs. So those are the revenues. What's reported here is not an accounting of our star bonds accounts. All of those dollars for those kinds of economic incentives or TIFs or any of those transportation districts, they all flow into dedicated accounts because they're the repayment sources that are going to go to the repayment to the trustee who has the bonds and pays back the investors. So it's in a separate fund, not included here. This was one unique bond. And again, it pays off in 27. So we're talking, 20 almost 30 some years ago, actually, because it was done in 1999. And because star bonds were somewhat untested, and so it did have the pledge of when you talk about a GO bond, normally what that means is the full faith and credit of the government to repay it. You promise that you're not going to default. So with that, we had to pledge that we would budget for it. And it was specific language that was put into the bond documents. We had to budget for it, but you'll see that I net it out under the debt service. A portion of it gets netted out. Well, no, let me restate that. 100% of it gets netted out that's related to that NASCAR bond. It shows as a revenue. If we had to, we would use it. Since I've done an independent analysis of that star bonds account, I know we will not have to. So I don't want to report it as available revenue because it's not, it's dedicated. And I have the expense. So I basically net it out as a net zero. It's a unique aspect to that particular bond. None of our other STAR bonds are done that way. And we wouldn't do that going forward. It's just going backwards in time to almost 30 years ago. That was just, it was new and it was just an extra way to try and get the bond market to want to buy those bonds. And they have performed, as I said, just as they expected to.
Thank you for that. And I guess my follow-up question is, so the bond or the bond expires, right? Or at least the term, right, is up. The dollars go away. Help me just with that part. Where, so does the state take back all of the money that the 6.25% sales tax? What happens to the 10 million?
So for any STAR bonds, when it comes to the end, it terminates, meaning that it's done, it's paid for, the bond is paid in full.
Yep.
Then those sales taxes flow to the normal respective place. So the 6.25% will go to the state, the city will get their 1%, and when we put together 28 budget, we'll tell you what that amount is. Based on what happens, we'll want to see 27 numbers to give you it accurate. And then the portion of the county sales tax. So it'll go back to the proper locations that it originally was earmarked,
Generated from.
generated from. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions or comments from the commissioners? Senator?
Thank you. You talked about the daily, taking the daily amount. Is that in any way working with like the Pool Money Investment Board? Is that more of a cumulative where we
Yeah.
take excess revenues, not excess, and have them roll over for a better return?
They're separate. So what you're talking about, though, is an alternative to CDs and treasury bills and the agency funds. We also look at what the current rate is on the pooled money. It's an investment option. We could take $10 million of our money, invest it with the pool, and we always are shopping for the best return, the bet on what we're able to invest in. The pool is one that we are able to invest in. We just haven't because it hasn't been as competitive as the CDs, treasuries, or agency funds.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments? By the way, I did want to introduce at-large Commissioner Kump, who's joining the meeting, and certainly you have every opportunity to ask any question you like. Thank you. Any commissioners online with questions? I don't see hands raised. Okay, thank you very much. Clerk, were there any written comments received from the public on the item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online from the public?
There are no hands raised online.
Is there anyone present in the room that would like to speak to this item on the agenda? I don't see anyone coming forward. Okay, information only. We appreciate it very much. It's very important for us to receive these reports, and we appreciate staff for all the time and effort that you put into being able to bring them to us. So thank you very much. And it was an information only item. Our next item is a resolution with our health department to receive a grant that had been submitted to the Health Forward Foundation for $75,000. And I will recognize Wesley McCain from our health department. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wesley McCain from the Public Health Department. The Health Department hosts a 5-year health improvement plan that we call our CHIP. And the Health Forward Foundation has been a core funder of our CHIP for about 7 years now. And they shifted our funding cycle a little bit. And so we, excuse me, the grant that we have had to fund that, we turned it in April and had a pretty short funding timeline. It's the same grant. It pays for our core staff. working with different partners in the community. Our CHIP is our main vehicle, our largest vehicle to partner with other agencies in the community to develop health improvement projects. And so that collaboration is time and staff intensive. And so and I'm probably too close to this, aren't I? I'm good. Okay. And so we turned that grant in April. We've actually already received the notification that we've been awarded. And so thank you, Commissioner, for the fast track on this. And so we're coming to the commission to accept $75,000. There's no match for that, and that will help us pay for our staff to work on our CHIP.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments from our committee members? And Clerk, were there any comments, written comments received from the
No
public?
comments received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
And is there anyone here in person that would like to speak to this item? All right, is there a motion with a fast track? Commissioner Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before I make the motion, this is very exciting. I do see just in the purpose of the funding request, wanting to look at a couple of things. The KCK Homes for Generations program, which is
Yes.
pretty new, utilizing and seeing if it's possible for the Kansas Abandoned Housing Act. I know in Missouri, it's been very useful in addressing dilapidated buildings. And so I'm glad to see that there. And then, of course, the code rewrite and then eviction prevention policy. So I'm very grateful to the Health Forward Foundation for the continued partnership and to you all staff for the work that y'all are doing. I'll go ahead and move to approve with the fast track to the June 4th meeting.
Thank you.
Howard, second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. I have a motion from Commissioner Davis and a second from Commissioner Howard with a fast track to the June 4 commission meeting. Roll call.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns, Howard,
Hey.
One more time, Commissioner Howard.
Can you hear me? Aye.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Bynum,
Aye.
the motion carries. Vote is 7-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Appreciate the health department. And the next and last item on our committee agenda tonight is an update from Eastside Innovation, the developer of our Midtown Station project. We have several individuals representing Eastside Innovation here to present. We'd invite you to come all the way up to the front table, please. And staff with our Economic Development Department. Good evening and welcome. I believe the first thing we'll do is put your presentation up and allow you to introduce yourselves and walk through the presentation for Midtown Station, please. And you should each have a microphone. You'll just make sure you push the button and turn the light green. And if we're not hearing you well enough, we'll just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you to speak so that folks can hear you. And with that, we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Senator, staff. Shout out to Greg and Chelsea. See y'all back there. This is Javon Marshall with Eastside Innovation. I, with my partner, Eric Murray, we lead Eastside Innovation, and our goal is to drive investment and growth into communities that have been historically disinvested. We have partnered with Jonathan Arnold, Arnold Development, who has done some amazing projects on the Missouri side, second in Delaware. It's won national awards. I happen to be a resident at one of his projects, and I can say that on a day like this or in the winter, I have not had to touch my thermostat, which is somewhat short of a miracle. And we're also partnering with Kevin McGinnis at Keystone Innovation, who sits at the intersection of innovation and venture building and has well over a decade of experience of incubating startups and will lead our innovation campus at Midtown Station. And we have a couple of requests and asks, and I will pass it to Jonathan Arnold, who will make the presentation.
Chair Bynum, members of the committee. Chair Bynum, members of the committee, my name is Jonathan Arnold, the Arnold Development Group. Before we go into our presentation, I have some prepared remarks that I would like to share with you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening, and thank you for your stewardship of this site and of public resources. I take your time and I do not take your time and trust for granted. For those who don't know us, the Arnold Development Group is a Kansas City-based benefit corporation. We specialize in the kind of projects most developers walk away from: complex, mixed-use, adaptive redevelopments that ask more of us, but they give back more to the community. Our flagship Second in Delaware in Kansas City, Missouri, is an award-winning development and one of the largest passive house certified buildings in the world. That means it uses 75% less energy than your standard building. We built it because we believe great design, environmental performance, and housing that serves a range of incomes aren't competing goals. They're one and the same goal. We bring that same conviction to Midtown Station. I want to speak directly to the question I know is before this committee, whether we're taking too long, and I understand that concern. Frankly, we feel the same urgency that you do. No one wants to see this site come to life more than we do. So let me be candid about what the past year has actually involved. When we were awarded this project, it was after we had increased the density, the mix of uses, and the overall ambition of the plan at the UG's encouragement. That was the right call. It made for a better, more transformative project. But a bigger, more complex project also takes more time and more capital to structure responsibly. And then the ground shifted beneath the entire industry. The presidential election put the future of nearly every federal incentive we rely on into question. Those answers didn't come until the one big beautiful bill, as so it is described and called, was passed, which took nearly all of 2025 to resolve. At the same time, tariffs drove up construction costs, interest rates rose, and inflation followed, each of which changed the size of the financial gap we were working to close. Every one of those forces required us to stop, recalibrate, and re-underwrite the deal, sometimes more than once. We could have rushed a financing structure to market simply to show motion. We didn't, because a structure that looks good on paper and then collapses 6 months later helps no one. We chose to do it right. Here's where that leaves us today. And it's good news. Our capital stack is together. We have been working hand in hand with your EDC staff to understand the incentive tools available here in Wyandotte County, a process that took some time, candidly, because our deepest experience is on the Missouri side. And we wanted to learn your tools properly rather than make assumptions. That groundwork is done, it is real, and it carries directly forward to groundbreaking. What we're asking tonight is the chance to finish what we started together. We entered this as a public-private partnership, and that's how we see it. Our goal is to have a genuine win-win, a project that the unified government in this community can be proud of for decades, and one that allows our company to do what it does best. And now, I'd like to walk us through the presentation. If we can go to the next slide. Oh, here we go. Thank you. So as you all know, the site, approximately 90 acres. We are proposing approximately 2,000 units over multiple phases. And over all of the phases, the total cost right now is a little over $1 billion. The genesis of our ideas for this site are really born out of replicating a model that we built on the Missouri side with the intention of this being a replicable model. We got sick and tired of seeing wood frame buildings molding and rotting and balconies falling off, ending in lawsuits within 1 to 5 years of completion. We got tired of seeing utility bills go up and up at the residents' expense. And so we adopted the best practices that were known in the industry, put them all together in one project. And maybe not, it shouldn't be a surprise if you put all the best practices together that the project would go on to win the national award for the best new construction community in the country, which we're very proud of. And it continues to win awards. This last year it won the award from the Crystal Merit Apartment Association's committee for the best project in Kansas City again. And it continues. And the reason is that residents can't hear their neighbors. They're thermally comfortable, and they have unique amenities that no one else is offering, like gardens on the roof where you don't have to choose, do you have a garden or do you live in the city and enjoy walkability and low transit costs? And so unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, none of these ideas are new. This is how we used to build cities. If you go to Europe, most cities are built this way: compact, dense, community-oriented. We're also taking these same ideas to the east side of Kansas City, Missouri. We are embarking on a 22-acre project there that has 395 mixed-income housing units, nonprofit daycare, nonprofit healthcare on site in a community center. And all total, the total development cost is a little over $500 million. When we look at the needs of Wyandotte County, we look at the need for high-wage jobs. And our partnership with Keystone is a major component to that. We see the need for quality housing that's built to last, isn't going to fall apart. And at the end of any incentive that you would give a developer, it does not need another incentive to carry on for decades. Most importantly, we feel strongly about not just building housing, that when analyzing household budgets, if we can bring the services that people need on a daily basis close to where those apartments are located, we can save residents enormous amounts of money. We estimate that on the historic Northeast Lofts project to be approximately $3,000 a month when you add up a rightly sized rent check, lower transportation costs because you are able to walk and take transit to more places. Your utility bills are zeroed out because of solar. And then when you add in affordable daycare and affordable healthcare through our partners, it all adds up to allow people to have some money to save and not have it all go out the door, which is the goal.
Good evening. Kevin McGinnis with the Keystone Community Corporation. So we are the Innovation District Operator for this project. We are a 501c3. We're not in the capital stack. Our role is programming, placemaking. Our charitable purpose is economic mobility, social innovation through entrepreneurship and community development. We've been operating for the last 4 years, serving over 150 entrepreneurs. We have 7 programs, including the region's only angel network operating today. As an organized angel network, all of our operating is funded through private and philanthropic means. Our goal is to bring new ventures, high growth ventures to the Kansas City region to unlock the value of industry in terms of building what's next for Kansas City. And we aim to do that here at Midtown Station on the Kansas side of the border. The first phase would include an 80,000 square foot innovation district. And when our role is to bring forward those anchor partners, those new ventures that demand those workforce development partners and those jobs that Jonathan was referencing. So you're not opening up with empty square footage, you're opening up with demand in place. So this site is productive on day one. These are high wage jobs targeted at innovation economy sectors. We are working with 9 higher ed institutions across the region. We are working with over 15 corporations. And as I mentioned, we have programming that's been built and in place for the last 4 years. And so you would see that through the various industries we're working with, whether it be energy and nuclear, whether it be the digital economy, whether it be biotech, life sciences, advanced manufacturing. These are all our partners, and these are the types of opportunities that we'll be bringing to Midtown Station in phase 1 and in the phases beyond.
At the heart of the expo is really celebrating all that we've learned over the last 25 years in energy efficiency, clean tech, geothermal, battery storage, which really the future of energy in this country is an electrical grid. We all know that the cost of energy is going up precipitously, largely because of the demand for data centers that are related to AI, and that more and more embracing what is largely known as high performance technologies will become standard. However, a lot of people are confused about what to do and where to go. And so the idea of this project is that it will be a living laboratory and a museum and a place that will educate people about how do you actually lower your utility bill if you're a school administrator. How would you go about lowering your utility bills for your district? If you are a developer, how would you do that? If you are interested in any type of science related to sustainability, there would be expos and exhibits that would cater to people interested in that topic. On the housing and daily services, as I mentioned, over multiple phases, 2,117 units. We're huge proponents of mixed use development or mixed income development so that there's no difference in the quality of housing if it's an affordable rent. They're mixed in with the market rate rents. You don't know. We would not market this project as an affordable housing project. If someone were to come to the leasing office and they earn between 30 and 80% of the AMI, their rent would be set at 30% of what their income is so that it is affordable to them. There's no stigma attached to this, and by mixing market rate with affordable, all the data shows that this is how you rise and raise people out of the poverty cycle. It's more difficult to do, but we believe strongly that's the right thing to do. We have our nonprofit daycare partner and healthcare partners that we will bring to this site so that residents will have daycare that they can bring their kids to without having to get in a car. And we think that that's very important when we look at household incomes and how to make budgets work. We also believe that parks and green space and fitness and health and wellness is important, and so we are not developing on every square inch of the site, as you'll see in our site plan. Similar to the Meadowbrook redevelopment, that was a golf course redevelopment in Johnson County. We are creating, you could see the green space that is kind of ringing the dense node to the site. The site plan is made up of a main street that goes north and south with various outdoor rooms that are created with retail on the ground floor and housing on the upper level. This is a rendering showing the project at full build out. Yes, sorry. Yeah. And if you're familiar with the Second and Delaware project, you can see that this is really variations on the same theme, a courtyard typology where residents have access to a safe place for kids to play. You don't have to worry about them running into traffic. You have gardens on the roof. You have lots of solar on the roof. And then you have with this density, which we describe as livable density. It's not too dense, but what it does is it provides bellies that need to be fed, and it supports restaurants on the ground floor.
Mr. Arnold, I'm sorry, my voice. Just can we stop right here? I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but I'm from south to north. Tell us what those buildings are.
So on all of the upper floors, except for, and I don't have a pointer, but there's an L-shaped building in the center of the site that you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hotel and convention center. On the upper floors on all the other buildings are residential apartments.
So starting on the south end, the main floors are what?
So we need to go back to the site plan. On the south end, we have a grocery store that is on the ground floor. And then we have inline retail that is different restaurants and services. Screen down on the south end is where a daycare operator will be closest to the park because they need access to green space. As we move up Main Street, at the heart of the district, surrounding the green quad, if you will, that's at the center top of the screen, that's where we have the Electric Expo and retail for where you'd get lunch or dinner and be fed while you're coming to the district. The small little building at the top of the green is a local barbecue operator. They'll have rooftop seating and overlook the green. And as you move to the north on the right, we have additional ground floor retail. There's a greenhouse on the very northern edge that is a concept that has a rooftop greenhouse, and then they sell produce, and it's a rooftop to store business model for microgreens and some produce. And then along Kansas Avenue is, again, more support retail, small business space, and either professional office space on the upper floors or additional residential depending on demand.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you. And you meant state, not Kansas.
Sorry.
Stands up correct. Where is the transportation hub that's going to be replaced that would be on the corner?
You can see it.
Or is that no longer? And I'm sorry, I didn't know if that's in the plan.
Great question. It is still there. It's hiding a little bit behind the residential building, but you'll see to the right of the barbecue building in the quad, in the green space, is the intermodal facility that is there. And we understand that there's some coordination and work to be done with the transportation authority and to make sure that adequate space and whatnot. But we are very excited about having a transit hub and also the bi-state transportation corridor. We only develop projects in locations that have transit that link to major job centers. The average American spends 26% of their income on transportation. And so we think that by developing along transit lines, that's the first step in allowing people to get control of their transportation costs. And finding the cheapest land in the middle of nowhere is not helping anyone. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Am I going the right way? Yes. Okay, so solar, there's a large solar component to this project. Geothermal is one of the best practices in reducing your heating and cooling bill. We have plenty of land for geothermal as well as solar on the south side of the site. We're using the same technologies and techniques that were deployed at 2nd and Delaware, which is a concrete sandwich wall that's very quiet with triple glazed windows. And energy independence, we pay the utility bills so that when people rent in our buildings, they have one check to write. Just a summary of the program. Residential, as I mentioned, commercial with the innovation space and support services, envisioning 167 key hotel that would help with bringing people to the Electric Expo, and then anchors being grocery store, greenhouse, the Electric Expo, and then infrastructure that is needed is parking and new roads, parks. Envision this work to be done over 5 phases, and each phase is between 184 and 609 units. We're front loading the first phase from units because obviously there isn't anything there right now. And one of the biggest challenges in a project like this is building enough that people want to live there and not be, kind of living on an island. So in the first phase would be the residential, the innovation district, and the Electric Expo. And then from there, we would build outward in concentric circles, moving to the north and to the south. Apologize for the small print, but each of these blocks is numbered, and we've used the three-dimensional model and the work that we've done to size the different phases and come up with how many units are going to be built in each phase.
Sir, I can't see them either there or on my paper, so could you just point the phases out to us
Yes.
without a pointer?
Probably can I?
Sure, please. Oh, you'll need your microphone. There you go.
This is the epicenter of the project. And our plan is to start with this building, and the hotel as the first phase, as well as the retail that is around the green. And this will create enough of a critical mass, we believe, to start the future phases rolling. From there, we'll complete the urban room by going to the north side of that site. And then lastly, work on the outer edges to fill out the property. This is showing the various components of the capital stack. New market tax credit equity has a small component. ITC is next in size. There is a low-income housing tax credit equity component that is used to finance the affordable units in the project. And then developer and opportunity zone equity, and then construction and permanent debt. Important to note, we're not asking for any UG bond issuance, no UG appropriation. One of the questions that was asked to us is how much private equity is in this development. And in our understanding of private equity, even though there is low-income housing tax credit equity in this project, that is private sources of capital. It's not a grant from the federal government, although we've listed it as a public source, although it is a source that will require us to bring in a private investor, more than likely a large insurance company, to purchase the low-income housing tax credits. We will need to provide guarantees to that private capital source. All of the other sources of capital are all private. The debt is private. Opportunity zone equity is private equity, as well as the new market tax credits. It is very typical in projects that have low income housing tax credits that they do not have what is referred to as typical private equity that is financially motivated only. The reason for that is that the low income housing tax credit program has a 15-year compliance period and a minimum hold of 11 years. And most private equity sources, they want to get in and get out within 3 or 4 years. Not to mention that private equity is one of the biggest sources of rising rents and gentrification and extractive economics out of communities that have been disinvested. And so we intentionally steer away from bringing private equity into our developments because we see that they are in fact part of the problem. We understand that one of the issues we have been trying to work with the EDC staff in is how to address the value of the land. We are proposing that over the 5 phases, that as we close on each phase, that there would be a contribution and a land payment to the UG. And yet to be determined what exactly that amount is, but that we would work that out with the EDC and the powers that be here through the negotiation of the development agreement. This slide shows why the investments are necessary. That without the investments, if we were to do no TIF, the return on investment is below the cost of debt, which results in what's called negative leverage. And it's not a financially sustainable financial structure. And so you really need approximately 140 basis points north of where interest rates are. Interest rates being approximately 6.5 right now. Getting to a 7 means that the project becomes more financially viable. We're not looking for a 9 or a 12 or to hit it out of the park. But we're looking for is that our commitments on the debt and equity side can be met. And in order to do that, we've looked at what would typically be done by a third party, and we have no problem going through a third party analysis to do this sort of but-for test, which we see that without the TIF, we're not in range. With the residential TIF only, we get up to 6, which is really still below where we need to be with our target range of 7. With the sales tax only, we're still short. With the full TIF, which is both the residential and the sales tax combined, we're close. And with the STAR bonds, we get to a 7%. And so in our discussions with the staff and your legal team, the thought was to mutually go to the state and ask for the ability to utilize STAR bonds on this project. If that is not possible, if the state decides this is not, the Electric Expo would not, for some reason, generate or pass the STAR bond test, we can remove some of those elements from our project and adjust the cost downward and reach a goal. But we think that it would be beneficial for the project in general and the UG and our public-private partnership to pursue this to ground. So as I said, if they don't advance, we can adjust things downward. We could still preserve a portion of the educational mission, but just downsize the scale. We would still proceed with the Innovation District. As we all talked about, the STAR bonds allows money to not go to the state, but to be kept here at a local level and help subsidize the project. This slide just talks about, we have a very broad capital stack. We're not relying on any one thing. And it's always good because sometimes things change and you need to replace one with another. And we feel that this is a prudent way to address a complex project like this. As far as the incentive package goes, we are asking for a 20-year TIF plan. We're asking for a BPU solar interconnection. We've met with BPU. They have said that they are very supportive of the solar and the battery system, that it would actually be helpful to them as they work with the ISO and meet certain requirements for capacity, both on the battery storage and the generation side. We are asking that we jointly go and make a STAR bond application. Again, no obligation from the UG to back the bonds in any way. And then only using STECM, the sales tax exemption on construction materials, through the IRB process, which our attorneys have told us is possible to twin with the TIF, if that's all we're using those for. And this last item is something that I think is still in discussion with the EDC staff. It was something that had been told to us was possible, but we need to work out the details on if there can be any sort of assessment agreement on per unit or not. Again, that's not a deal breaker. It's something that would be helpful, but not necessary to have. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with you, should you decide you want to continue to work with us. And first step would be a joint trip to Topeka, talk to the Lieutenant Governor, and continue to work on the development agreement with your team. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. We're glad to have you here tonight. I'm going to start with public comment and ask the clerk if we've received any written comments.
No comments received.
And do we have hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
And do we have folks present here in the fifth floor conference room that would like to speak to the item? If so, please come forward. Make sure the microphone is turned on. We'd like your name and city of residence for the record. And 3 minutes for your comments, please. And welcome.
Here we go. All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair and the members of the Economic Development Standing Committee. My name is Corey Hall, and I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I'm a resident of the Northeast End, which I am proud to be. I'm here tonight to express my support for the Midtown Station project. It is a project that's been in existence, and they've been working hard trying to bring greatness to the Northeast End, something that I think a lot of people are forgetting about. As someone who cares deeply about the future of our community, I believe this project represents an important investment in the long-term growth and vitality of our city. The Northeast area and the surrounding neighborhoods have tremendous potential, and projects like Midtown Station can help create new opportunities for residents, as he was speaking about, attract additional investment, because we need to attract more down here. So it needs to start somewhere, and contribute to a stronger local economy. What I appreciate most about this development is its potential to bring new housing, commercial activity, and increase energy to a part of our community that can benefit from thoughtful and strategic growth. We deserve that down here on the Northeast End, just like everybody else. Quality development helps strengthen our tax base, supports local businesses, and can make our city a more attractive place for families, workers, and visitors. I look at Indian Springs every day. I live right off of 38th Street. As soon as I get on the highway, the first thing I see is that open area, and it should be beautiful. It deserves to be beautiful. It used to be, and it needs to go back that way. As development moves forward, I encourage continued engagement with neighborhood residents to ensure that growth benefits both current and future community members. Strong communication and community partnership will help make this project a success for everyone involved. Tonight, I respectfully ask the committee to support this Midtown Station project and continue to help move it forward. However, they need your support.
1 minute remaining.
And I would love for us to continue investing in initiatives that move Kansas City, Kansas forward, especially the Northeast End, because we deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Craig Moore, founder of Black Excellence Incorporated. Thank you, everybody, for having the time for us to come out. I am a Dot original, currently live on the Kansas City, Missouri side, but my mother stays off of 27th and Brown to this day, right down the street from the Quindaro Community Center. In my 10 years of working in economic development, many times when you have projects like these, they create income segregation. But the way that this program has been created and is presented to you all and has worked in many different spaces, it actually creates a space for that income gap to actually close. And so as you think about supporting this project or what it may take to support this project, many of these projects come in the moment, but these guys have already been doing the work, even on our far east side in the Quindaro Community Center. They've already trickled down resources to that, and it creates a very, very straight parallel to how the Midtown Station not only amplifying that area, but can amplify the city at whole. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Others that would like to speak to the project, please. And my apologies, I had failed to turn to our economic development staff, if I'm not mistaken. She's Chelsea Chisholm, our Director of Economic Development, has just a couple of slides about the timeline we've been on, if you will. And I failed to have her share that before we went to the public comment portion.
Thank you. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development. So, Jonathan, could I borrow that remote? Thank you. 2 slides. I'll be very brief. Wanted just to provide a very general timeline. So it would be here, so the evolution would be pretty clear. Was selected back in November 2024 following the RFP process. We have Wendy Green here with our legal counsel that has a very good command of that process and can address any questions. We sent a funding agreement back in November 2024. And so I don't need to read all of this to you. I just thought that this would be a good, very high-level overview of procedurally kind of what we followed. And then the second, and this is micro text, and I apologize for that. But this is really kind of identifies kind of the evolution of the negotiation, really from developer's term sheet that was submitted in July of 2025. The UG turned around some additional points on the term sheet, just our negotiations. And then we received an email from the developer in December of 2025. And so really we have Todd LaSalle here with Stinson, Greg Kendall here with the EDC that really was in a lot of the meetings with me and the developer, and any questions that the committee may have, we're happy to address those for you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have a lot of information, a lot of items to walk through, if you will. I'm going to start with, close the public comment. I will close the public comment period, and we will move to comments and questions from the committee. And so I have many, many questions, but I want to let my fellow committee members and including Commissioner Comp, if you all have questions about the project. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can staff tell us how much investment does the UG already have in this project, Indian Springs? Getting the buying property, doing whatever, knocking it down, whatever.
Yeah, I had finance run these numbers. So between the acquisition and demolition, the UG has invested 24 million. And to date, we have about 6.7 million in outstanding bonds.
Okay. Has the applicant been cooperative throughout this period of time? Giving you information in a timely fashion?
I think there's a lot of complexities on this deal, and it's a very innovative financing structure. And so I think because of those complexities that there has just been kind of longer windows for the negotiation to occur.
To the developer, do you have the proper capital to do this project?
Sorry, Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. These projects, the role of the developer, the sponsor, if you will, is really twofold. One is to understand the market, come up with a vision for what is financially viable to achieve here. The second is to find capital partners that can make the project actually work. We have great relationships with capital partners that are both on the construction, permanent lending side. On the equity side, we've provided letters to the UG EDC staff expressing their support for this project. Those letters are preliminary in nature because the final construction costs have not been established. We plan to bring those same partners to the table to execute. And so coupled with our capital and our partners' capital, yes, that is what we are showing in the capital stack to do this project.
So is your answer yes or no?
The answer is the Arnold Development Group does not have $1 billion, but no developer would do this with only their own capital. And so the combination of our capital and our partners' capital, the answer is yes, we see a very clear path forward to reaching a construction closing table and executing.
We were to approve this project. Are you willing to reimburse the unified government $24 million that they've already had in this project?
I think that we understand fully that the unified government has made an investment in this project. And I think that any prudent business moving forward, regardless of what has been spent in the past, would look at what is a residual land value that is financially viable to pay for land in order for the project to still be financially feasible. And so that is what we have been presenting with the EDC staff, and we plan to work with them in terms of over time of what this land is worth. It has not been presented to us that the UG EDC staff is asking for $24 million. In our estimation, that would require additional incentives. The appraisal that was done by the UG's consultant speaks to that fact and says that if you are going to have a mixed use development on this site, it is going to require significant incentives to be financially viable. And so our plan is to continue to work with the EDC staff to establish what a land value is that can be paid over time that the project can carry. And sitting before you here today, I don't see that as being in upfront capital, $24 million. But if you look at the tax benefit that the UG will benefit from this project, I think the math will show clearly that a project like this is probably the best chance that the UG has at recouping their capital and having a long-term asset that is net positive to the UG's balance sheet.
I understand that there would be incentives.
Commissioner, we are told that public watching online can't hear you. So would you just pull your microphone a little closer? Thank you.
So I guess your answer is no.
Given the market rents and the income that the project can bear, construction cost and interest rates as they sit today, and the incentives that we have been negotiating with the EDC, we are in the process of negotiating a land value that is somewhere between 6 million and 2 million for the property. That is based on the appraised value being 6 million. And we are looking at what is possible for the site to carry and still be financially viable.
So I take it as your answer is no.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Questions from committee members? I have a variety of questions. If we can just start walking through, and I've written my questions down on like 4 different sheets of paper. So that's gonna cause me to look here and look in a variety of places. But as I walk through the PowerPoint, just for example, I've been struck by, as we've made our way through negotiating back and forth on the various components of the deal that we're trying to make with you. First of all, can you just tell me the entirety of the acreage that is in play that we're hoping to deal with, the total acreage?
I believe this is from memory, but I believe that the total acreage is 90 acres.
90? Thanks. I felt like I was in the ballpark with that. The Innovation District. Mr. McGinnis, I heard you say it's a nonprofit and that it's a 501c3.
That is correct.
So the portion of the project that belongs to the Innovation District, would you be going to the state to request property tax exemption on that portion of your project as a nonprofit?
We are not intending at this time to be an owner of this property. We are an operator.
Okay.
So we would be a tenant. We would bring other tenants to the program, to the district. Our intention is to become, a best practice across the nation in these innovation districts is to have a nonprofit operator to ensure that the operations and the activities within the district footprint are in the public interest and not the interest of the developer.
So there's no,
So we would love, I just want to make sure I answer your question, Chair Bynum.
yeah, that
And that
helps.
is, we are always in conversations with government, philanthropic, and private industry on funding the programming that would fill these spaces.
Right.
But to ask for, at this point in time, there is no intention for the Keystone Community Corporation to be an owner of this property.
And therefore,
We would not be seeking a tax relief from any of that owner. We would not be an owner, so we would not seek
thank you.
tax relief.
Thank you. Perfect. The Electric Expo component, I understand, is the component of the project that you believe to be Star Bond eligible. Is that correct?
That's correct. Similar to a science city as a destination from an educational and destination both for children, families. It would be programmed in a way that would make it interesting to learn about this topic, as well as a resource for people that were really interested in, hey, how do I lower my utility bill? And they would be able to come here and learn, and there would be partners that would be both involved with the Innovation District and then involved with everything from charging stations, battery backups, solar, geothermal, energy efficiency. And there's really no place right now that you can go to actually learn about all this, even if you wanted to do it. And so the idea is to make a destination. And by having this number of passive house buildings all together, it would be something that people would come from around the country from an architectural and engineering standpoint to study, because it just hasn't been done. There's been one building built here, one building built there, but to do an entire village that is built to this level of high performance would be quite a unique asset in the country.
Do you know the dollar amount of the Star Bond request you would make?
I don't have it right in front of me, but we do have it. We have estimated what we know what the anticipated sales tax and sales generated that would be, and we have sized what sort of Star Bond, but I can get back to you on that. I'm sorry that I don't have it in front of me.
So what in the Electric Expo would generate sales tax to pay off any amount of Star Bonds?
So anyone that was interested in installing solar, buying a charging station, or buying geothermal heat pumps for their property, there would be vendors that are connected to the expo that would be selling these services in fairly high dollar amount equipment. Second, there would be, through the educational component, there would be tickets that would be sold. They're on a group basis as well as individuals. And then there's the supportive retail and services, whether it be food and beverage, to support visitors that are coming, as well as staying at the hotel.
And so based on vendors, sales of services, sales of equipment, and ticket sales, you have identified that that is enough sales tax collection over the life of a star bond to pay back the star bond amount that you would request. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there other components? I believe there's a hotel and some retail planned.
Supportive retail, it's in there, including a grocery store.
Would they also be within the Star Bond District portion of the project?
It's our understanding that the entire project would.
You want the entirety of the 90 acres to be a Star Bond District with certain components of it, the items that would pay the Star Bond.
That's right.
Okay. It would be really nice if we knew the desired amount of Star Bonds, but you can provide that to us.
Correct.
And then when we talk about quality housing and 2,100 units, affordable to market rate, and we say that because you are seeking or you have already obtained low-income housing tax credit.
We would seek them.
Would seek it? And what kind of cycle are we on for that as far as making an application, receiving an award of tax credits?
It's a rolling application in Kansas.
Okay.
4% non-competitive.
Okay.
Not be going for 9% or anything that is competitive, largely because this project would be too large.
Okay.
And it would be subject to available bond cap, which fortunately, this changed landscape that I mentioned in my initial remarks reduced the private activity bond cap requirement from 50% to 25%. And so there are more tax credits that are available now due to that change.
This LIHTC rolling application, do you have a notion of how long it would take before you'd be notified of the award?
I do not off the top of my head. It would probably be at least 4 to 6 months.
Okay. And it's a 20-year credit?
It's a 10-year credit.
10-year. Thank you. If you did not receive that, would you go full market rate on all?
I think we would need to, we just commissioned a market study on a mixed use project. We would look to our third-party consultants and need to update that study to see if the demand for 100% market rate. And there are other changes afoot that might happen over the next several months. If you all know that affordability has become quite the buzzword across the entire country. We're not the only part of the world or the country that is struggling with high housing and utility and other household expenses. There is a bill that would introduce a workforce housing tax credit that would be from 80% to 120% AMI, which if that was passed, that would be an ideal for this project because it would capture what's referred to often as the missing middle. And provide another incentive. And so it's not atypical in our world for new programs to come about, and sometimes programs will fall off, and you have to be nimble and pivot. And the thing that we've learned is stick-to-itiveness and to not quit. Our projects do take a long time. but we get them done. And a lot of that is just being able to problem solve when opportunities arise or things happen that you didn't expect.
I feel like I struggle. Sorry, my voice struggles. As you can tell, it comes and goes. I think we've had the workforce housing conversation for multiple years in this community, regardless of what we call the tax credit. And to that point, I would say or ask, we've had conversations here on other projects where we have said, this is the kind of housing that our own employees qualify for. Would you say that that would be true for this project? Given the income levels of the 4% credit?
It's my understanding that under the 4% credit, and I don't know intimately all of the salaries of, either the people that work in the UG staff, or we have a pretty good understanding of what the market is based on our market study. And the benefit of the 4% credit now that you have what's called income averaging, that you no longer have to choose one income bracket. And it used to be that you had to say you were going to choose 60% AMI. And in Kansas City, for a family of 4, that would be approximately $60,000. Or you chose 50% AMI, which might be $50,000. And on small projects, that worked because you can find a number of people that earn that very narrow band. The improved and modified tax credit now allows you to go from 30% to 80%. So you get a much wider band. So people that are just starting out, they're working maybe in a coffee shop, or they're working at one of the car manufacturers, or in any job that is between, let's say, 30,000 and 80,000. We have different bands within the project that meet, and we size them based on the economic and demographic profile of the existing community, so that we stand the highest chance of people that are coming into the leasing center to being able to cater to their needs. The only requirement is that the average of all of these different bands has to be below 60. And that is just for the affordable component. We have a market rate component that is able to be unrestricted and cater to whoever comes in if they have a higher income, and it's all blended together.
And I'm sorry if you answered this already, but when we talk about that tax credit, what's the percentage affordable versus market?
I believe we are in the 40 to 50% affordable versus market over the entire project. And each phase will have slightly different bands, but that's what the data shows is the ideal balance. You don't want too much, and so that you have a concentration of any one economic side of the economic spectrum. But that approximately 40 to 50 allows you to go 30 to 80%, and then the rest is 80 and on up.
So it could be up to 1,000 units of affordable. Is that fair?
And for people that have jobs that earn between
Right?
$30,000 and $80,000, about half the project could be for people who earn that income.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stop in case I'm keeping other commissioners from your comments and questions. Commissioner Davis, and then we'll go to Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, and good to see you all from the Midtown Station team. I think there's some things I kind of want to specifically hone in on, if y'all don't mind. I do have a question for Mr. LaSala. Mr. LaSala, can you speak to what a funding agreement is and why municipalities would use a funding agreement?
Sure. We always do a funding agreement, thanks, with developers. to pay the UG's pursuit costs for engaging. You guys don't have an independent budget to pay outside counsel, feasibility consultants, other costs. So we always ask for a funding agreement to cover costs at the front end of these projects.
Thank you. And could someone from staff, Ms. Chisholm, how much was the funding agreement for this project?
This particular funding agreement was $30,000.
Thank you. And when was that sent to the Midtown Station team?
That was sent in November 2024, following their selection.
November of 2024.
Correct.
And when was the 30,000 paid?
April of 2026.
Okay. So now I go back to Mr. Arnold. Mr. McGinnis, help me understand this. If we're talking about $1 billion project, why did it take so long to pay $30,000?
So it's typical in a project like this to meet with EDC staff, not outside counsel, in the preliminary negotiations, so that you can have a higher degree of certainty that there's going to be a meeting of the minds in where this is going. Because if you're familiar, the funding agreement of $30,000 is not a $30,000 cap. The funding agreement specifically says there is no cap. So however much money your outside counsel spends, we're obligated to pay that. And so it's prudent business practices and in our end to make sure that things like land value, is TIF available, what kind of property tax, can we assume? And coming from Missouri, we knew that there were some things that we needed to learn about. And so the initial discussions, if you go back in that timeline, there were turns of the term sheet that went back and forth. We would submit a term sheet. Sometimes it took 60 days to get the term sheet back. And until we had an initial letter of intent agreement, it didn't make any sense to bring in outside counsel to start papering the deal. And so that was why we did it, is we said, can we first make sure that we have an agreement that makes sense? It wasn't that we didn't have the $30,000 to pay. It was that we really wanted to not burn resources on lawyers before we were ready to have the lawyers get engaged.
Gotcha. And I'm sure you can kind of appreciate our perspective. We pay our staff as well. They're taxpayer funded. And so we have burned a considerable amount of staff time, benefits, wages, engaging with you all while that funding agreement remained kind of in lieu. And so, excuse me. And so that's why I bring that up. I would imagine you all would not be involved in this, and I can look at kind of the pedigree of the team, that the $30,000 was not the main thing, but it got political, it got unpleasant, it was more than just the way that you are framing it, with all due respect, Mr. Arnold, of merely wanting to not burn through cash. And that's nor here nor there. I think we are here, but I think I'm trying to paint the perspective from you all to think about it from our end of why something like that would take so long. Because we would, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, if a developer is taking a very long time to pay for the funding agreement and indicates something, and that could be either a lack of seriousness, which that's not what I gather here from today, or a lack of funding. And so to be proper stewards of public resources, something like that, it sticks out to me that over a year went by and it took forever. And I saw the emails, I saw the communications, and was very, very worried about just what was coming out. I want to talk about the price of the land. I don't hold the perspective that, $24 million is fine, but I never got, what are you all willing to pay or wanting to pay for the land? Because I think even throughout the presentation, it just wasn't clear on what your position is. And to be quite frank, we are here having a conversation right now in part because of what I understand, an impasse in negotiations regarding what the agreed upon purchase price is for the land. And so what are you all willing to pay?
That's a great question. So this has probably been one of the single most, the largest points of the negotiation, that there's been distance. So when we responded to the RFP, at the time, the previous development, the Scavuzzo's project, was what we based our understanding of what the land value would be, which was, I believe, approximately $1.1 million over 4 phases was what was agreed to Scavuzzo's. And so when we put together, and I think the original RFP that was the response had zero land value and what was put in the response to the RFP. And so when we started negotiating the development agreement, it was told to us that Scavuzzo's pricing was out the door, and a new appraisal had been obtained and shared with us. And we looked at that appraisal and the comps that were used. We gave a very long written explanation of how there were no comps that were near the site, that were actually a closed sale that set a value that would make sense to $6 million. And if there was in the appraisal something that said if it's going to have a mixed use component to it, that there was going to need to be significant incentives, meaning that in essence, the development costs are going to be higher than what a normal transaction would be able to maintain or to carry, and that there's going to have to be some negotiation there. And that was a big impasse. The $6 million was held, and we kept presenting in an effort to be completely transparent, our costs, our incomes, our expenses, the cost of debt, and saying, given the incentive package that's available, this shift from $1.1 million to $6 million, I understand that, a $1 billion project, that's it. But the first phases are what's most important, and front loading all of that cost. And so what we are coming back with saying, okay, we will spread a land cost to be determined and negotiated, and hopefully through a third party but-for test, which is what we've always done in negotiating with municipalities around incentives. But that we think that on a project of this scale, there is some win-win that can be reached. We understand that there's an investment that's been made. We also understand that there's significant tax revenue that will come off of this project and benefit the UGE, and we just want to have that discussion. I don't think we've completed the negotiation on that.
I understand. Okay, so now I'm trying to make sense of a couple of things. So are you saying, because on one hand, you're saying your team independently used Scavuzzo's as a comparison, but I'm also hearing that the cost of the land or the purchasing of the land wasn't included in the RFP, or that was you all's understanding of the RFP. Do I have both of those kind of pathways, right, of thought and reasoning correct?
The response to the RFP does predate my involvement in the project, so I can't speak to 100% on whether the 0% is. It's what I understand was that that's what was in the response, and that in the initial negotiations, that what was said was, well, okay, if we can't have that, and we have the Scavuzzo's deal, which is the same deal that was offered to Scavuzzo previously. And we haven't heard an answer yes or no on that. What we've heard is that the appraised value is $6 million.
Gotcha. So, okay, so you cannot speak to whether or not the purchasing price or even the activity of purchasing the land was included in the RFP. You're saying you cannot speak to that?
I can confirm that it was $0 in the RFP.
Okay.
The response.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Green here for our counsel, who I believe wrote the RFP, or at least assisted with it. Just from legal's perspective, what, help us out here. Was the cost of the land and the onus on the, whoever's awarded the RFP, were they under the understanding that they would have to purchase the land?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. The RFP specifically stated that the price of the property would be negotiated. And as he correctly stated, the response to the RFP stated that the price for the land would be $0. So the response to the RFP stated the price would be $0, but the RFP itself said the price would be negotiated.
Okay, so within, well, let me check back. Is that, Mr. Arnold, what your understanding is? Okay, so within that negotiation,
One moment.
yes,
This is Javon Marshall with Eastside Innovation.
yes.
So when the RFP was initially presented, Gunner, who is no longer with the staff, hand wrote the RFP, and in that, it was saying that the land would be awarded for free at $0.
So now we have kind of for free, not for free, that's going back and forth. Does anybody have the RFP that we can check whether or not it says that? Because $0 and then for negotiation are two different things. And thank you so much, Ms. Marshall, for bringing that up. But I think it would be important for us to get that fact here out in the open now that we are here about to make a decision. So if staff or someone can find that where it does say that, that would be great. I don't want to belabor this. I do have kind of more questions, but I will await that response regarding the RFP before asking more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have the answer to that right now?
I can find it. This is Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. I can find the page it was on, but I remember very vividly that the language in the RFP, so the written words in the RFP, which are what is binding on the unified government, and anyone who applied for it specifically said that the price would be negotiated.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Kump, do you have questions?
Thank you, Committee Chair. I have a couple, and thank you for letting me crash your EDNF Standing Committee meeting. Obviously, I'm not a voting member tonight, but I just want to ask a few questions because it's such a large project. I'll start with the TIF portion of the presentation. I believe you had said 20-year TIF. What percentage of the TIF would that be of the taxes? Is that 100%? Is that more or less?
The increment being above what the tax rolls have the project now would be redirected for 20 years.
And what is the base for the taxes? Staff, do we have that number?
It is approximately 800,000. It's a little bit higher than that. That was established under the Scavuzzo's agreement.
So 100% of the increment above the base. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And is that all of the property? Is that just commercial property?
All of the property.
Okay.
Well, and Commissioner, this is Todd LaSala. The number in the Scavuzzo's agreement is 879,000. It would be for that piece of, that would be the base for that is the base from 2006, I think. So, yeah, that's the precise number.
Thank you. Okay. And phase one of the project discusses the Innovation District, Hotel, Grocery, and the Electric Expo. And I believe it was in the presentation, it mentioned the Innovation District would be 80,000 square feet with partners. Maybe a little early, but do we have any partners identified who would work out of that Innovation District?
Kevin McGinnis with the Keystone Community Corporation. We are currently working with partners in our other development. Those partners are waiting to see where this project lands before they're willing to commit to said project. The majority of those partners exist in Kansas today. And so that is the reason that we are looking at a dual hub strategy, is because they're looking for a Kansas footprint.
Okay, so those conversations are happening and just waiting on the outcome here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The Star Bond application, or the Star Bond piece of the financing, do you have an idea of when you would apply for the, I know part of your presentation mentioned we'd like to do a kind of a joint pitch to the state. Do you have an idea of when you would apply for the Star Bonds?
I think that the first step is to meet with the Lieutenant General of is that Lieutenant Governor, and that in discussions between our attorney and your counsel, that was proposed as something that we would do jointly to kind of drive to ground as the first step. And that's going to answer some things once we get some feedback on that of, is it feasible, is it not? And then we would take the next appropriate steps, either apply or pivot and move away from Star Bond structure.
Okay. And that is just for the tourism for the Electric Expo. That doesn't include the Kansas State budget proviso about abandoned or struggling malls that was entered into legislation this past year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Relying on that.
And do you have any estimate, any idea of kind of what the number of tourists, annual tourists the Electric Expo would generate?
We do have an estimate, and we can send you all those details along with the TIF bonds.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have no further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Arnold, thank you for your time, and everyone else as well. Is there any way we can get his PowerPoint up? Do you still have your remote there as well? I just want to be able to get to the correct part. I want to go, I don't know which one came first, but I want to get to the slide where it was talking about why incentives are needed. And I believe there was a bar graph. Yeah, perfect. So could you briefly explain this one more time? What this is trying to tell us?
So Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. This is the summary findings of what most refer to as a but-for test, or a return on investment analysis. If you can imagine that a real estate project in its kind of most simplified form has income, has expenses, has a number called net operating income, NOI, and then it has a total development cost. And that return on investment, if this project had no TIF and just someone were to go out and build it, would be 5.89% every year, a return on that cost. When the cost of capital these days is above that 5.9%, and what you really need is approximately, as I mentioned previously, about 140 basis points. And so in this analysis, we're assuming that on a long-term tax exempt, that we could get in the high fives, let's say 5.6%. Interest rates have creeped up, if you've seen the 10-year of the last couple weeks, because of what's going on in the Middle East. But for this example, at 5.6%, if you add 140 basis points, which would be 1.4%, you need that amount of cover so that your project has positive leverage. So that means that you can pay back the bank, there's cover left over, and you can have a return on equity that goes up as you place leverage on the project. Negative leverage means that if your cost of debt is, let's say 6, and you're under that, your return on equity has to be below 6 in order to give you the 5.89. And no one is going to invest in this project at a 4.5% return or a 3% return. And so in order for a project to move forward realistically and not hit a wall, you need a certain return on investment in order to attract the capital and make sure that the project can pay its bills, can have a good return on investment. In today's market, it's probably between 7 and 7.5%, maybe 8 in where they're seeing inflation going. And so in order to get there, what we did is we ran different scenarios. And we said, if we only had the residential TIF only on the property tax, but we didn't redirect any of the sales tax, could we get there? Because the whole goal is for us to not take any more tax than we need to make the project green light. That's the essence of the but-for test that's in TIF statute. And so with this analysis, which granted is our internal analysis, we're welcome, we open arms invitation of take our numbers with a third party and vet it. Our analysis is showing that at the very least, we need the full TIF. The star bonds really gets it to that point. If we don't have the star bonds, we can tweak some costs down so that denominator goes down and we get back up to a 7. And so what we're trying to do here is just be very transparent. And it's not about what we want to pay for, let's say, the land, for example, or how much incentives we want from TIF. It has nothing to do with that. It's what is the market going to say is financially viable in order for the project to move forward. And if we don't have that, we don't have a project. And that's the purpose of this graph.
Thank you for that explanation. So what I'm trying to reconcile and kind of what I was thinking throughout this slide was, just to get to the lower bound of your 7 to 8% feasibility range, we need full TIF and star bonds. And so my initial just gut reaction is, well, this is something that is quite dependent on star bonds to deliver the package that we see on the nice picture. Now perhaps a different package that doesn't include as much that's presented, when we see that 3D model, what's presented, I mean, that's a different story. But am I correct in stating that, unless we get to full TIF and star bonds, which still takes a tremendous amount of work for, if you propose us to go together to Topeka and do this, to prove why this needs star bonds and why it's eligible for such, then, the electric expo and things like that may not really be a feasible part of this project. Is that correct? Do you feel that that is correct?
I think that's a fair assessment, and we are prepared to, if star bonds are not possible, we remove elements of the electric expo, which reduces cost and makes the project have a return on investment. We will continue to goal seek to a return on investment that makes sense. And one of the things to do is to remove certain educational components or take the most expensive components out and do more with less space.
So then my next question is then, and you kind of have already alluded to it. So then what would be, as you envision the full project right now, if we got to full TIF, full star bonds, everything that you showed us on one of the slides, it looks great, see it off the highway, it looks wonderful. What then do you feel starts getting peeled back? What sort of anchor things? Is it the parts of the electric expo? Is it the innovation district part? Does it then become more of a commercial mixed use, storefronts and apartments, whether they're 50-50 affordable, not? Because then I think that kind of changes perhaps what maybe the community is expecting from this project. Then it becomes a living space, a retail space, which I could say is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I think that's much better than what's sitting at Indian Springs site right now. But then it becomes something that is much different than what's being, hoped for in this presentation. And that's what I'm really trying to reconcile here, is I'm not necessarily against the idea of it not getting star bonds and still being something that returns an investment. You want that as well, because obviously it would not be a good thing for you if it didn't. I mean, we want that for Wyandotte County, but you want that as well. I completely understand that. But I just want to try to nail down the expectations of what the community thinks it might be getting versus if we can't get those star bonds and we haven't done a whole lot of homework so far, from what I can tell, to know whether or not this is really a good star bond eligible project. I know there were some things on the bottom of one of the slides that said, well, the star bonds, they have to kind of meet these criteria, and we all get those things. But if at the end of the day, and who knows who the lieutenant governor is when we go through this process, if they're not buying what you're selling, then all of a sudden it becomes a completely different project than what the community, we heard from community members about how this is a wonderful thing. I don't necessarily disagree with that opportunity. I just want the community to understand what the possible outcomes are here.
Jonathan Arnold, Arnold Development Group. Very valid question. And we are absolutely going into this eyes wide open, not, Pollyanna, that if the star bonds don't work, we feel that we can remove parts of the Electric Expo, which is largely around visitors coming in and being educated on what clean tech is and how they can lower their utility bill. We like to shoot for the brass ring. And if we can't get that, the project that we would build here would be something that I think the community would be still resoundingly in support of, because it would still have the housing, it would still have the support retail that is needed to allow for walkability, which is the biggest driver in real estate demand right now. People want to live in a place where they can walk. We've realized that we're social beings and we want to be connected. We want green space to go out and play. All of those components would still be in the project. We would just remove parts that would be more dependent on an outside sales component, and we wouldn't drive towards that, but it would still be a vibrant, mixed use, wonderful place to raise a family or be single or age in place or whatnot. I think that's core to our DNA, and we won't sacrifice or water that down.
Commissioner Pacheco, may I respond? I want to make sure two things. One, these are not cold conversations with Commerce. So there have been preliminary conversations about this project. This is not something that this group is seeking to do unilaterally or can do unilaterally. That's why we're asking for the unified government, the EDC staff, to do this in conjunction with the team. So that's the first piece. The second piece is there would be no plans to scale back any of the innovation components. They're not reliant on a star bond, right? Those are the economic engine that, when combined with affordability, combined with some of the things that Jonathan has been a specialist in developing on the Missouri side of the state line, those things aren't going away, and those things are not dependent on. So you're not looking at just housing and retail. You're still looking at the economic engine that comes along with an innovation district, regardless of whether there's a star bond involved in this project or not. And I think looking at Electrify Expo and the innovation district in conjunction is important as well, instead of looking at them as disparate parts, because part of what draws, and we do have a number, we've forecasted over 100,000 people would be visiting Electrify Expo per year. It's in conjunction with, and I think Jonathan referenced this very quickly, with some of the partners we have as clean tech and energy being part of the industry focus that we have from an innovation perspective with our partners, with our research partners, with our industry partners. Those things work in conjunction with each other, so they don't stand alone. And so I just want to make sure that the commission thinks about that as, this is part of a whole, not bit pieces that would be pulled and yanked. I think Jonathan's point about reducing the denominator is valid, and that would be something the team would have to look at depending on what we work out with the staff in terms of what the incentives are, whether star bonds are available. But I don't think we'd be pulling innovation, economic development, the economic mobility things that the community has been asking for. Those things would not be pulled off the table.
Thank you for that. And if I can ask one more question to Mr. Arnold specifically too, I'm very sorry for not remembering the name of your award-winning development.
Second in Delaware.
Second in Delaware. I was going to say something loft, so I appreciate that. Second in Delaware. So obviously the financing structure and all that is completely different, potentially, but what type of a return on investment, at least perhaps in a percentage form, could you give us that it is contributing to Kansas City, Missouri?
I'm not sure. Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. I don't really understand the question. Can you repeat it
So
again?
what I'm trying to understand is, you have a proof of concept that you have this award-winning, development that you've done. What I'm trying to understand is, well, I guess it might be a moot question and I will just be quiet then, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, what sort of revenue is it generating for Kansas City, Missouri?
Currently, that project was not in a TIF district, but it was in a property tax abatement. And so it was granted a 25-year property tax abatement, 10 years at 100%, 15 years at full. Plus, Kansas City, Missouri contributed $2.1 million in infrastructure to the project. And we then were responsible for building the street in front of the project that was completing the grid. And so it was a true public-private partnership of city putting in dollars. And I think the city has seen that it's been a catalytic generator for other developments along the riverfront as well, kind of proving that the demand is there for housing downtown.
Thank you. So, yeah, so completely different financial structure. So then it's kind of difficult to exactly do apples to apples. What I'm trying to understand, I guess my base question is, had a property tax abatement on the Missouri side. After that, let's say that that's done tomorrow. What do we expect to make from that particular development, which fully knowing that it's different than what is being proposed here, but it does have similar features?
Jonathan Arnold again with the Arnold Development Group. I believe that when the tax abatement burns off, the property taxes that it pays, not including any sort of spinoff of earnings tax of new residents, I believe is approximately $400,000 a year for one building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Circle back to Council Wendy Green, if you have that information on what the RFP stated.
Yes, on page 10 of the RFP under entitlements and any agreements, it did say that at the completion of the stage, when it was discussing, the chosen development team will enter into an agreement to option the property that also details the general rules of both the UG and the selected development team. It says at the completion of this stage, the development agreement, which will detail the exact development type to occur, cost of development, agreed upon price for the underlying parcels, schedule and other details will be executed and the transfer of title to the land will occur. And again, that was on page 10 of the RFP.
Page 10 speaks to an agreed upon price for the property.
That's correct.
Thank you. I still have a bunch of questions, but before I launch back into my questions, let's go to Commissioner Stites, and Commissioner, thank you for patiently waiting for your opportunity. After Commissioner Stites, I'd like to turn to our president of Wyandotte EDC, Greg Kendall, who also has had a deep component in negotiating and working with the team. And I just want to hear any remarks you might have. Commissioner Stites, please.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Can you all hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
So did we have on threes regarding this this proposal? I maybe we did and I don't remember it, or I wasn't able to attend one, but did we have it on three?
Commissioner Stites, this is Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. We did conduct on 3 meetings with commissioners. This was probably back in September. And so it has been some time. We did not receive all the updated documents when we had conducted those. I believe we had requested that information, but not since we've We have received additional information. We have not conducted another round of on-3 meetings.
Okay, I think a lot of the questions that are being asked tonight may have been properly vetted out if we would have had additional set of on-3s to discuss this. One thing that I'd like to ask the developer, and here's what I will say right off the bat, off Jump Street. That land setting the way it is right now is not doing any good for anybody, right? We'd all look at it. We've looked at it for year after year, how it's just a parking lot sitting there and not doing any good. So I think as trying to figure out how we get to a development, right there with the development agreement, I'm not sure what we are being asked to do tonight, but all of this would be contingent, and correct me if I'm wrong, contingent on the agreement of the DA. Is that correct?
Commissioner Bynum, yes. The goal would be to move us toward a development agreement, but we are clearly not there tonight.
Sure. I agree. So one thing that I would like, so it was said that you're not going to the state cold. I know that there has been conversations at the state level regarding this project and star bonds. So, and the gentleman, and I forget his name, that said not going in cold. What is the initial feedback from the state regarding this becoming a star bond project? Is the eligibility what's being presented? Are they in support of it being a star bond project?
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. So there's been several conversations. My understanding that there was an initial conversation looking at the bill that was referenced by Commissioner Kump, who referenced a bill that would allow for malls that were being redeveloped to qualify for star bonds. We are not going, those conversations were had with people at the state. There was a reception to this project, both prior to that bill around mall redevelopment and post. And so I think currently we are planning on going in with an application that would be it not unlike any other star bond application that has a regional tourist draw with a certain amount of sales activity, not relying on that. And we have not had a discussion since that bill terminated, but we anticipate that there'd be a reception to hear us out and to entertain the idea.
And not to be flippant about this, but let me ask you, and I'm not being in any way disrespectful, but why not? Why has there not been that initial conversation with this proposal to the state? Because I think that's very much important as we look at this moving forward. Because if there are components, and one of the concerns that I would have, and I totally agree with Commissioner Pacheco in the making sure that what is being presented tonight in the event that star bonds it's not an eligible project. Does the hotel component then go away? Which I would assume. Well, I don't want to assume. Would that be part of the whittling down or narrowing down to get to where your ROI makes sense? So and then also let me ask you this. I'll let you answer that part first.
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. We do not envision the hotel being contingent on the star bonds. Our hotel operator market studies show that there is demand for additional hotel space, and given the excellent highway access, that the hotel is not something that would be dependent on star bonds.
Okay, and then the I guess the other question is, how come the delay in not going forward with this partnership approach to the state with this project before tonight? What's been the reason that we haven't moved forward with those initial conversations?
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. The reason why we haven't is that the discussions between your outside counsel and our attorneys have led to the understanding that the best path forward would be to do that together. And we were then asked for an update to be presented to the EDC, which we supplied in advance of this meeting. And it's our intent to, depending on the outcome of this meeting, to have that meeting with the state as one of the first steps that we do in the process of developing this site.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess obviously there's some conversation still around the pricing of the land. It's a hard pill to swallow when you talk about that the unified government has absorbed cost of $24 million, and now we're down to talking about whether it's free or some number north of that. I don't know what that is. We talked about a handwritten letter from Gunnar Hand for the RFQ there, or P, and then I guess we've got that ironed out, that it was never the intention of the unified government that this land was a giveaway. I mean, it is my understanding now. Now, I understand that in your all's response, that your response was that you don't want to pay anything for the land. I get that, and I understand the response, but there are quite a few unanswered questions that I think still need to get answered, and I appreciate your all's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to turn, first of all, Commissioner Howard, you haven't spoken, and I want to make sure. Oh, we might have just lost Commissioner Howard. Senator Haley, I also want to give you that courtesy. If there's any question or comment you want to make, and then I want to turn it to Mr. Greg Kendall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly learning more, and just appreciate the presentation, and certainly some of the questions that have been propounded here, the valuation of the land.
And please speak into your microphone.
Having looked at the predecessor or the precedent Scavulos, and then wasn't there another one prior to that? This is the third opportunity.
There was a conversation that never made its way to any level of development agreement prior to Scavuzzo.
Yes. I think the point, just fundamentally is well made. I think it was Commissioner Stites who said that we're looking at something.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. Can you speak closer to?
Okay, sorry. At this point in time, I think the education that we're bringing and what's being vetted here, fully vetted, the discussion of what we can have developed or what we want to have developed and what's our buy-in and what's the ROI, what the return on that investment is well merited. There are so many people, and certainly I'm one of those who's at the forefront of seeing something happen with Indian Spring. And we do want to, on balance, be fiscally responsible for whatever that is, doesn't overly burden our taxpayers, and that we do find that return, especially with the marrying of so many aspects of the multi-use and its development and what it can mean at that pivotal spot in our county. That having been said, I'm wanting to hear, now that it's been raised, as anxious as I am through 3 incarnations, this being the third, of something so valuable sitting there dormant, but also to on balance, bring that responsibility that should be as we buy in or as we let or as we give over a course of time, such a valuable, enviable jewel, part of our property. Thank you for allowing me to vent my spleen.
Absolutely. And you'll be here with us as we continue to make our way through these processes. So appreciate that. Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Commissioner. First, I want to say that this is a very unique project. It's if at nothing else, whether it's a star bond project or not, that's still a question mark. It is a phenomenal mixed-use development that I think works well in the community. However, I think this conversation actually epitomizes the last 18 months or better that Chelsea and I have worked in tandem, because there are policy guidance in place. There are historical ways in which you all have allowed us to present incentives to you all. And so we have done modeling on our own at the EDC based on each phase of the most recent PowerPoint. And yes, if it was based on a 75% TIF and you got 50% of the TGT, you could make some money on this project over 20 years. But as Mr. Arnold noted, and this is kind of the circular conversation that we've now had over 18 months, what they're really asking for is 100% of the property taxes on every element of the project, 100% of the Star Bond, which means 100% of the unified government's sales taxes. Because as you all know, the state guidance is that while they may only contribute half of their sales taxes, the local government is required in a Star Bond district to contribute 100% of it for the lifetime of the project. And then the land for free, a 1% CID, which doesn't come out of your pocket. LIHTC valuation is driven by state guidance as well. So in a LIHTC situation, there is special guidance, which is about $100,000 per door. So that's true. But you can't have additional incentives on top of that. And that's guidance given to us by the county administrator. And so typically in a Star Bond district, there is no property tax benefit. And so as part of the conversation that we had with the development team, we essentially said, look, we are sort of going astray of the Star Bond guidance if we give you a property tax benefit on the retail. So we took the East Side Innovations and the Arnold Development's cue that if you sort of looked at this as a vertical legends where you had multifamily above and first floor retail, we sort of kind of bought into that partway through these discussions to say, okay, if we agreed to that, then we could either TIF and or LIHTC the multifamily apartments, but then the first floor retail is going to have to be sort of condoed out and pay property taxes. Otherwise, we're running astray of the Star Bond legislation as we understand it. And so we've kind of played with that to a certain degree, but understand this is a very complex project with a lot of incentives and different incentives even within the same building to try to make it all work. And we have been down that path, but we have never been given guidance that we can offer 100% TIF on anything. The maximum that Chelsea and I have ever worked, to my knowledge, is 85%, which was on the Willie Lanier project. And we did communicate that on multiple occasions and in consultation with the county administrator that at best we could offer 75% on TIF for 20 years where there's no LIHTC, because LIHTC already has its own special valuation. That there would only be 50% of the TGT on the 167 rooms. The 1% obviously is on them based on their ability to generate those sales. Now, our understanding of the PowerPoint that was presented tonight is that there's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 250,000 square feet of retail, give or take. And there's some components that we're not completely sure if it's retail or not, but give or take 240, 250,000 square feet on $1 billion project based on our modeling, not that of Arnold Development. It isn't until phase 2 that you actually cross the threshold to generate $50 million a year in annual sales, which is required by the mall redevelopment Star Bond legislation. Now, at final phase 3, it's generating somewhere in the neighborhood of about 56 million in gross annual sales annually. And that's using about a $300 a foot. There's some components in there, the greenhouse, that seems pretty aggressive for a greenhouse. So these are policy questions that we have not been 100% able to answer at this level, because what we understand that the developer wants is 100% of everything, not paying for the land, and some additional incentives on top of that. And that's not guidance that we have been given by the county administrator. We were told the land is worth $6.2 million, that we could do no more than 75% of TIF, and that we would get property taxes on the retail, and that we would get 50% of the TGT. And that's where we've largely come to an impasse, unless I have misrepresented the role that Chelsea and I have played and working with the unified government team.
Thank you. I want to say this. I had a multitude of questions left to ask, but you have summed it up in a nutshell, as far as I'm concerned, because one of the closing questions that I wanted to ask the development team is, several of the questions are, full conveyance of the property at closing, deal breaker, yes or no? Star bonds, deal breaker, yes or no? Price of the property, deal breaker, yes or no? And what Mr. Kendall has done is, in my opinion, summarized what brings us here tonight. And that is that our staff, working with you for the last year and a half, has exhausted every available incentive policy that they have available. And that's why it's now in the hands of the elected body, because if we're going to say, I guess we need to know from you, what are your deal breakers? And we need to clarify to you what our deal breakers are. And to that end, and I will turn it back to you in just a moment. To that end, I have a question for Greg Kendall, if you don't mind. Excuse me. I don't do economic development for a living, so this might be way too simple. But I heard $879,000 annual property tax payment as the base for a 100% TIF. So for 20 years, $879,000 annual property tax payment. So we'll start there. Did I hear that correctly?
I think you, this is Todd LaSalla. I think you did. One small correction, it's more than 20 years, right? If I understand the proposal correctly, it's project area by project area, each gets their own 20-year clock. And the district, property taxes are measured by district.
Okay,
So
so we'd start with phase one, start the clock
That's right.
by 2033, or whatever the end year is. That's a new 20-year
That's right.
clock. Okay.
That's right.
Nevertheless, 2,100 units of housing plus multiple buildings and retail on 90 acres is going to pay $879,000 annual. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the very basics of the math that's sitting in front of me. $879,000 annual, which divided by 2,100, just the apartments, is $416 annual per apartment. And that's not even including a singular other building. And I just want to know, is that even a fair thing to say? From anybody who wants to answer. Please.
Yeah, I think the math's right.
Okay. Okay, so the math's not
Unless
wrong.
I'm misunderstanding what the request is from the client, we modeled based on 75%. And even at that, the county administrator was, I wouldn't say that he was thrilled, but we could base it off of policies that you all have in front of you that we typically don't do above 75%. And so that's all we have been authorized to put in front of the team is 75% TIF on top of all the other incentives.
Okay, and please Feel free.
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. I think there were some things said recently by Greg Kindle in your summation that I don't think really accurately fit what we presented in our presentation tonight. We did not come here tonight saying that there would be no payment for the land. We came saying that we want to negotiate a payment for each phase.
Okay.
That we understand that. And so I just want to be clear that if there was some miscommunication, we want to clear that up. Second, we were asked by the UG to modify the original response to the RFP, which fit within what the original RFP called for, which was a much lower number of apartments and a much more less ambitious plan. As you know, this is a brownfield site. There's additional cleanup. There's very little infrastructure that can be reused. And the density that we're talking about and the number of units that we're talking about over time does not have the long-term maintenance costs. If you were to develop 2,000 homes in Western Wyandotte County with all this suburban infrastructure, and the developer would pay for all the first cost, and you would say, that's great, wonderful. If you run the analysis and look at what the long-term, beyond the 20-year mark, cost of owning all that infrastructure and maintaining it, and compare it to this project, and just do the math and say, when the TIF burns off, this project is delivering somewhere around $11 million a year in tax revenue to the UG and growing. When the suburban development of 2,000 units reaches the point where it needs to have maintenance on the roads and sidewalks, it is a negative cost to the UG. So when we were asked to look at a more higher quality building type, the reason why we were brought into this is because we develop buildings that last 200 years. Our buildings are made out of concrete. They have incredibly low insurance premiums. And the reason why is that there really isn't anything that can happen to them. You can find another developer that will come in and develop what we call, sticks and bricks, and the buildings won't last. And you'll have blight, and you'll have that same developer coming back, or maybe it's going to be a pension fund that's holding the bag, asking for an additional tax abatement because now there's all sorts of issues going on with their buildings and facades. And so what we are doing here tonight is not saying there's a hard line in the sand with any of these things. We are trying to be incredibly transparent and responsive to what was requested to us, which is we want quality. We want things that last. We want more than housing here, because housing really alone, as you know, doesn't pay the tax bill to really do long-term maintenance on infrastructure. And so there's an initial investment that needs to be done in infrastructure, in the roads, in the sewers, in the building of the retail, and that pump needs to be primed. There is nothing on that site right now that is an economic draw. And so what we're being asked to do is really create an entire city from scratch. And what we are doing is saying, we've been doing this for 25 years. We know what this takes. We are not greedy. We are incredibly transparent. We will show you all of our numbers. We will show you what it takes to get what you've asked us to develop. And we have said to you, your leaning in is about patience on when that $11 million can start and continue to go into the future. If what you are insisting is that you have immediate cash flow come out of this project, we are open to looking at what that would look like. It would be something different. We would have to look, because ultimately it's not us, and quite frankly, I don't think it's anyone in this room that's going to decide whether this project gets greenlighted. It's going to be the capital markets and what the return on investment is. And all we are trying to do is just be incredibly transparent and say, if you don't have positive leverage, the project doesn't work. It's not what the EDC wants or what ADG or Keystone or Eastside wants. It's this is a public-private partnership where we get together and we share numbers and we say, hey, this is what it will do long-term. And we reach an agreement together. And I don't think we've completed that discussion yet in terms of what's in the best interest for the UG. I don't think that, Greg, you and I have really driven that to ground. And I know that what we've done is we've sort of done the opposite of what they say in getting to yes, which is the sort of, textbook on negotiating, that rather than have positions, 75%, 100%, we say, what are the goals that we're trying to achieve? And then we work towards getting them. And that's what we're open and willing to do.
And with all due respect, I think we've agreed on the goals of redeveloping 90 acres that's doing nothing good for anybody, and putting a quality product there. So I think we are at what's our threshold for TIF? What's our tolerance for the price of the land? I think that's exactly where we are. And we've spent 18 months getting to a point where we can have this conversation. And I'm really delighted to have it. Because again, to staff's point, everything they've been authorized to put on the table has been put on the table. So now it moves into the realm of what is the elected body willing to do to move this project forward? So, it's going to be incumbent on this committee, and then whatever we decide to move that forward till the full voting body, which we can ask to do sooner rather than later. But is there an appetite? I'll ask you this. Is there an appetite that if we were to say tonight that we want to continue making our way toward a development agreement that's good for you, good for this community, and good for the unified government, that we have a timeline and a deadline by which we all agree if we cannot get to a development agreement with those components in it, that we will say, God bless you, thank you, and goodbye? Is there a reality that you can live with that's not 18 months from now? Because we can do this for another 18 months.
Jonathan Arnold Development Group, we're completely aligned with your desire to get to a point where we have some closure, either closure to move forward or closure to realize that there isn't a meeting of the minds and this isn't good for anyone. It's not good for the site, for the UG, for us. So we want to have that discussion. I do agree with you that I think it has to happen between the elected officials and us because of what was just said.
Correct. Commissioner Davis.
Actually, Commissioner Stites had his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stites.
Well, I took it down after Greg Kendall spoke because I think he and Commissioner Bynum, you said that he answered a lot of your questions, right? The threshold has been given, and it sounds like that we are being asked to operate outside of what our policies say that we can do. That's basically what we're being asked tonight. It's frustrating that we are here not in agreement with staff and with the UG and the developer to try to move forward, that we're trying to, I don't want to say circumvent, but I'll just let things play out. And I do like the thought, though, if there is not a development agreement reached in 6 months, or a time frame we've exhausted this, and I think the developer just confirmed that, right? At some point, this has to be, hey, you know what? We gave it a go. It's not good for the UG. It's not good for us. We're going our separate ways. Because as you well stated, we could do this again and again and again, for another 18 months, and that doesn't do anybody any good. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chan. I appreciate the comments here. I guess what I don't want to do is engage, right, in kind of this merry-go-round in nowhere, right? This site is in my district. I get complaints about issues and people racing and dumping and tires and all this stuff. And so with all due respect, I don't know if we've given another developer this much time prior to the development agreement being written. And so if we do move towards some sort of let's keep working together, I would like to leave out of here with some real commitments. And 6 months to me seems pretty long. I think if you all have been at it for 16 months, you all should be able to come up with something, quite frankly, by the fall. And if you cannot, then that is a sign that this is not a good project, or it's not something that we can agree upon. And that is completely fine with me. But I want to make sure that we are getting clarity on a few things. We just established that the price of the land was included in the RFP. I mean, not the price, excuse me, the onus on the developer that and agreed upon that negotiating for the price of the land was within the RFP. Thank you for correcting me. And so if the UG is at 6.2 million, where are you all? Where, because if we're saying it was in the RFP, we notified you all, you can send us back whatever response. I can go to McDonald's, order whatever, tell them I'm gonna pay $2 for it. They're just not gonna give me my food. So I don't understand the leverage to say, well, we just responded. Well, then, okay, then maybe this isn't the right fit. What is your threshold for the price of the land if it's $6 million, we're in $24 million in the hole because of the demolition?
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. Mr. Davis, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. When the RFP response was submitted as part of a competitive process and the price was zero, and that RFP response was selected as the winning response, there was certain assumptions that in the response to the RFP, if it was selected and there was no conditions, that this is being selected with certain conditions.
Sure.
If you put yourself in our shoes, I hope you could see that we could feel that then someone saying that, no, now there's a $6 million price, that was a retrade and came as a shock to us. And so we have been trying to lean in to say, what if we followed the Scavuzzo's plan, which was the $1.1 million? And I think to Greg's point, the staff has had their hands tied, which has led to a little bit of the definition of insanity, which is continuing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And in our presentation tonight, the goal was to do two things, was to clearly present where the return on investment is, what we're up against, and in hopes that maybe there's a creative solution if we get together and we say, we could do the land pricing like this. Maybe there's another incentive that we haven't looked at, and we can arrive at a get to yes. That was the goal there. We've been leaning in, and there's a certain point where we can't deny the facts of math, right? That either the return is there, the project is financeable, and so until we hear absolutely not, this cannot work, we then have a decision to either part ways or, I guess, look at maybe downscaling what was asked of us to do on the site so that it would work. But I think I think that discussion hasn't been able to happen because I don't think the staff has the liberty to explore things outside of the confines that have been kind of given to them as directives. However, the Scavuzzo's TIF plan was 100% property tax for the full TIF duration. So what we're asking for is similar to that. We are bringing more sales tax, but they didn't have that. If they were bringing more sales tax, they might have been asking for the same thing. We don't know. So I hope that gives some context into, we have been trying to lean in and be team players, and being as transparent as possible. We would love to continue a discussion with Greg where he shows us his economic development analysis, and we can come back to you with a analysis that shows what the UG would really get over the course of the TIF and then also beyond. And I think if I put myself in your shoes, there's some interest in looking at beyond the TIF as well, and what is the value there, because those are real dollars as well.
Gotcha. So you're saying that if we had given the direction to our staff that the price of the land is not zero, but it's not the $6.2 million, that we could leave out of here with some understanding that there will be some revenue, something there to pay for the land. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. That's what's in our slide deck. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I did not necessarily gather that. You talk about retail, grocery store, hotel. What's the progress there? Do you have those partnerships lined up? Do you have those folks identified? Where are we there?
Jonathan Arnold, again, we have LOIs for the hotel. We are in discussions with several different grocery store operators. No LOIs for that component yet. I think the general consensus is that with this number of units, it's enough to drive demand, and that the sales in the area would warrant another grocery store. And then the inline retail is really going to be driven by the overall density of the site and driving service retail that would serve the needs of residents in the surrounding community. That typically comes later as they're smaller, as the development solidifies, and we can then go out with real merchandising plans and whatnot. But the big rocks, I think initial conversations are proven fruitful.
Gotcha. And then you brought up the brownfield remediation in your capital stack. How much are we talking, just as far as, or have you all done kind of the work to see how much that remediation would cost for the land?
Jonathan Arnold. It's my understanding that the state has been commissioned to do some phase 2 studies. There's been some phase 1 studies. I'm not sure if those studies have been completed yet. And so part of this process is also waiting to hear from the state and what is the extent of the environmental contamination on the land, which I think they're close to finalizing, but I have not seen those finalized reports.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. Within your phase, 2031 is, I think I saw it somewhere, is kind of where phase 1 is completed. Why kind of, I mean, it's quite a bit of some time for what, 600 units? So what I'm looking at, why do you need that much time for the first phase?
I think that is Jonathan Arnold with Arnold Development Group. That is reaching full stabilization, which is typically 18 months after a project opens. There's a full set of construction documents that need to be done. Obviously, everything that we're talking about here needs to be completed. And there's a 2-year construction period. And so when you add up that time, you get to 2031.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I feel like we are closing in on it, and I appreciate your time and your diligence and your patience. I sincerely do. I'm struck by your comment earlier about referring to the value of the land when we had an agreement with Scavuzzo. And if you need to clarify that, that's fine, because I was struck by that because I thought, why would you use a pre-COVID value when you even glance at social media in this community and our neighboring community? Every single day, you see comment after comment after comment about our property values skyrocketing in just 2 and 3 years. So I was struck by the notion of using a pre-COVID value on 90 acres of property. It's just a comment, nothing more. That's not what's happening. That's not reality. That's not what's going on in Wyandotte County for sure. Speaking of infrastructure, what do you anticipate, if you've anticipated at all, what the infrastructure needs would be for you to even get started?
Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. It's our understanding that nothing but the sewers and infrastructure that is in the street is going to be reusable.
Okay.
And so we are talking about on-site complete city streets, on-site parking, sewers, water, fire loops. It's part of the reason why the lift is so high, and dense urban development like this is very expensive. So in addition, there is a underground culvert that runs through a large portion of the site that we have to work around in terms of foundations, which adds to complexity. Does that answer your?
Yeah, it's not a small thing, right? And it'll be extremely expensive. There's no question of that. I have a suggestion for you and the committee and staff. I feel like these bullet points capture the things that would require some really intense negotiation, again, beyond the policy direction that staff can allow. And that's why I want legal and everybody to hear this, because I heard co-apply for a star bond or somehow jointly make this request, negotiate the price of the land, identify some level of agreement on the conveyance of the parcels, 100% TIF or no. Again, we've not typically had abatement in a star bond district. The only abatement in an existing star bond district is Kansas Speedway. So we're going to have to talk about that. It's not typically our process. And you told me or told us that you are anticipating the entirety of the 90 acres to be in a star bond district, or that would be the hope. And lastly, again, to the infrastructure question. So I've been the chair of economic development and finance since basically January 1 or December 31 or whatever you want to call it. I can be proven wrong on this, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong on this. I don't recall a single instance of anyone from the team asking me for a meeting on any of this. Not a single request for a meeting with me on this project, short of yours that came about 30 days ago. And then when we offered you dates, we didn't get any answer, which is good. Fine, 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 right? But the reason I say that is because in order to move this forward, it's now in the hands of the electeds. Because things that are going to make your project work are things that we're going to have to agree to, because as we've stated, we've exhausted all the policy options. So I'm going to commit to you that if everybody here agrees, I will be as engaged with you, our legal team, our outside counsel, and our staff and Wyandotte EDC as I can possibly be for this to be a real project that we can make happen. I will be as engaged as I possibly can be. And I'm suggesting a 90-day timeframe, if you believe that's possible, that between now, June 1, and 90 days from now, we can be back here at whatever the September Economic Development and Finance Committee is with a framework of a development agreement. Is that something you think could happen? And I will make that commitment on my part as the chair of this committee.
Madam Chair, we are absolutely prepared to work in good faith for 90 days and try to reach resolution.
Thank you. Any comments, any questions? Staff, any comments? Council, any comments? We've spent a lot of time on this. We may as well.
Yeah, this is
Get it
Todd LaSalle.
all on the table.
We're not going to be done in 90 days. And the reason I say that is despite the fact that everybody's willing to work hard, the process you're talking about for star bonds takes time. And even if you went and had your meeting with the Department of Commerce tomorrow and they liked it and they thought it was great, the next thing they're going to go do is hire a feasibility study to look at visitation and numbers and so forth. And that's going to take 60 days. So we aren't going to really know whether this is a star bond project in the 90-day timeframe we just talked about. I hate to be the person pouring cold water on it, but I just, that timeframe is unfortunately just not realistic.
Here's where I am. I wasn't necessarily hoping we would also know if we were a 90-acre star bond district, but that'd be great. We'll identify if there's a more realistic timeframe. And I do want to say to you, to your point, from now, 2026 to full build out 11 years from now is not outrageous in my mind. I mean, we have many, many examples in this community of things that have evolved over time. You're just putting a plan to yours, right? It's not hodgepodge. It's not accidental. I like that part. I'm also perfectly fine with knowing I won't be here in 2037. That's fine with me too. But the community will be and good things will be. That's great. So I just want to be very clear. The project is, very exciting. It revives and gives a whole new life for a whole new generation of people. Something that my generation enjoyed in a much different way. You be careful. But that's true. And that's right. That's why we're here. So that we can have something that lives for generations and generations and generations beyond my time here, anybody's time here, but for our kids and for our families. So Commissioner Stites, and then I would need some guidance from staff on what you think an acceptable time frame would be. Commissioner Stites, please.
Well, you actually said exactly. Todd said that 90 days is not going to happen. It can't be accomplished with the STAR bond, whether it's what time frame does fit? Is it 120 days? Because
Yeah.
if you don't have the results back, if you will, 60 days after the the study, then that gives you an additional 60 days. I'm just throwing it out there. What is the time
Yeah.
frame, Todd, that you think works?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I do appreciate the question. I think it is closer to 6 months. I think the star bond piece is important because it's a threshold issue, right? It's a different, the project itself in an agreement gets defined differently if it's a star bond project and if it's not. So I think we need that first 90 days probably to figure that out. And then from there, you have about 90 days to get your agreement accomplished. I think 6 months is a lot closer to right.
So the end of 2026 is what we're saying. That the all questions need to be ironed out. The things that Mr. Kendall brought up, the policy that we're being asked. I mean, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, he's nodding.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. I think that's right.
So
Okay, that's okay.
what's the appetite, committee? Commissioner Burns.
Thank you. I thought we were going to vote up or down on this resolution tonight. Apparently,
Those are
changing.
Those are items that were put in your packet, a resolution to continue, a resolution to not continue. Those options were put in your packet. What I'm suggesting is if we are going to have an appetite to continue, that we put an end date on it. We cannot go another 18 months. That's why I was making the suggestion. If we're going to continue, we've got to have a deadline.
Well, I just don't think you ought to speak for the rest of us.
Thank you. I won't. But that was the suggestion that I'm making.
Okay. Well, we've been here 3.5 hours. You know, if we can't come to a resolution tonight, then
Others? Sure.
I would entertain this, but I don't want to do this all over again. I don't. With all due respect, 18 months and to not have a development agreement is just too long, and it's not fair to Wyandotte County. It's just not. And I would be amenable to it if we put some guardrails of what that 120 days looks like so that you all know if you simply cannot meet our expectations, walk away. But what I do not want to do is come back here and then say, okay, the Midtown Station team and staff are fighting again. Y'all have better things to do with your time. We have better things to do with our time. If this just is not a good fit, I'm okay with that. Because time is one thing. We are not, none of us are guaranteed. And while I do want in 11, 12 years, and hopefully we'll be able to see the fruition of this, I also don't want to engage in negotiations that are going nowhere and come back to 2027 and have to go back to the drawing board and say, oh, wait a minute, we're here again. And so I would ask staff, what policy direction do you, if we were to go through with this 120 days?
180.
180, okay, Lord, all right. Hypothetically speaking, if we were to go through with that, what specific guardrails would you need? Because if the Midtown Station team is saying no, and if we're dragging, if we're not getting emails, I want you all to have the liberty to say, we ended this RFP, we ended negotiations. What I do not want is go and tell the commissioners and tell them to put me on the agenda. To me, that is not a best use of time. So from staff's perspective, Ms. Chisholm, what guardrails would you need from us and confidence that you're going in here saying, I'm negotiating in the best interests of our community? What do you need?
Thank you. I think the land price is a critical piece of information where we would really appreciate some direction. And just bearing in mind, we still owe 6.7 million in bonds. So even between the appraised value, there's a $600,000 gap. And then conveyance, this is similar to the Scavuzzo's agreement. They did pay for a couple of the phases, and then we still took that property back. So how important is that to the UG if there isn't movement on this project that we then retain ownership and control? I think it's really important for us to also know how high are you willing to go on the percentage of TIF? If the highest we've done in a downtown project is 85%, how high are you willing to go after hearing the developer's presentation? And feel free to add anything additional, but I think from the negotiation perspective, those are the kind of the outliers. And, I guess there's TGT. Are you open to 50% of the transient guest tax? The other piece is the community improvement district, which I don't necessarily, if it's a 1%, that would be in line with past practices policy. And then construction materials, sales tax exemption on that. We generally recommend that, so I don't really see any conflicts if the commission is comfortable with that.
Any others? Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, Jeff Conway, legal. I think minimally, the developer needs to flesh out what the non-star bond option looks like. Because that's been pretty nebulous.
Okay. Here's an idea I would proffer, perhaps, because I don't want kind of a blank check of time or just put 180 days and let's see what happens when y'all have had ample time and we're here and nothing has happened. And it's not fair to taxpayers. It's not fair to our community. Chair, if you're minimal, perhaps we come back with a resolution that this committee could agree upon of guardrails for those 180 days for negotiation. I don't want to kind of try to figure this out and amend the resolution and add on this language, but perhaps we have the guardrail staff needs. In our next meeting, we can, work together with staff to put that up there and say, here's 180 days, but this is it. And if you cannot meet it, then unfortunately, God bless you, but let's go ahead and let's walk away. That would be my recommendation.
And I was kind of leaning that same way. I would agree with that. And you say guardrails, I was kind of thinking checkpoints, like to Mr. LaSala's point, we can know something about a star bond by this date. And that would be checkpoint number one. Clerk, what is the next EDNF meeting date?
June 29th.
June 29. So Commissioner, by June 29, we've got a resolution that spells out, we're going to work on these things in this time frame with these checkpoint dates.
And Madam Chair, if I could add one more thing, I think we need to make it very clear. If we fail to negotiate, this is done. And I think that needs to be listed within the resolution very, very clear. So all parties, there's no ambiguity on what this relationship is if we continue to have an impasse.
Can I say that back the way I heard it?
Sure.
If we fail to adopt that resolution on June 29, that will indicate that we are not going to continue moving down the path of this project.
I was saying, assuming we all are in agreement for those, I want to say checkpoints that you had listed, if after the 120 or 180 days, there's not an agreement between our staff and the developer, then that would mean
Okay.
I'm talking after the negotiation, not before. Of course, if we decided no, then that would be a whole different story, but that's what I was referencing.
Okay. Do you want to make that in the form of a motion?
Commissioner, I actually think we probably should not do anything with this item tonight.
I see.
And then just put a resolution that cleanly has all of the items in our next meeting.
Okay, I agree, but I want staff to guide us on the proper action to take this evening that assures that on June 29, we will have worked together toward a resolution that identifies these items. Does that make sense? What's the guidance there, staff? Is this a hold?
Madam Chair, I think that could be a verbal motion that the matter is held over until June 29th with those stipulations that were already discussed. And then the resolution, the staff would draft up the resolution in that fashion and bring it back.
He suggested that be a motion. Commissioner Pacheco.
Just one quick question. So what I'm trying to understand is what is the decision point then on June 29th? We can come up with our own resolution, but that doesn't necessarily have to involve the developer, correct? That's just between our team. My only concern with that is that we're just, doing another 30 days of figuring out what we want, which what I would also say is that, this has been going on for 18 months before I was even here. So I like what we're trying to do. I just think we're kicking the can down the road even further, and so it's kind of almost a compromise to try to come to a new set of terms and agreements that we're comfortable with, when basically then from that point, then I guess is what I'm trying to find out is what do we do from that point? Then do we enter a development agreement, or we're still in a position where we're having this sort of a meeting though, right? Or we have to have a development agreement within 180 days, and then all of a sudden we're talking 6 more months. I just think if anything, at the very minimum, the timeline needs to be truncated significantly. And to Todd's point, I think the idea that, we may not get star bond determination, things like that for up to maybe 6 months would be a good goal.
Madam
Maybe
Chair.
not even absolutely, excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Pacheco.
Please.
Rodney Lucas, Interim Assistant County Administrator. How many phases are you trying to build?
Jonathan Arnold, Arnold Development, 5.
Can you spread 6.7 million over 5 phases? You're getting $1 billion project.
I think the short answer is I understand what you're saying, and I think the answer is probably yes.
And so I think we need to come to terms of engagement within a shorter amount of time. I don't know that setting our own guardrails within the next 30 days puts us in a position any much different than what we're at here. It just says what we want on our side of the table. But I think from a cost of the land standpoint, from an incentive standpoint, it seems like we've already been off base for a while anyway. So to just come back 30 days later with what our lines in the sand are, I don't know that that puts us in a much different situation than what we're already in. That's my concern. I'm on the fly, I'm trying to come up with a different solution.
I can appreciate.
But I don't have one right off the top of my head, but
I think that's what I was hoping not to do tonight, was negotiate the entire deal right here, right now, and give us the leeway, if the developer's agreeable to conversation at the elected level on jointly talking to the state about a star bond district, negotiating the price of land, negotiating the transient guest tax, negotiating full conveyance of property, negotiating the TIF. Because as I stated quite some time ago, those are the areas where I feel like we do not agree. And if we don't agree and you can't be amenable to having a discussion about any or all of those things, then we can be done tonight. And if we can negotiate beyond staff's authorized incentive abilities, then we should do that for 30 days and bring something. Is that making sense? Isn't that what we were working toward? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm fine with, let's throw the star bond thing, just let's put that to the side for now. I'm fine within 30 days, come back and give us some sort of negotiated framework for a development agreement on the non-star bond stuff. That way, there's no going to Topeka, there's nothing, but we already have a sketch. We've already done most of the work. So I would imagine this would be maybe 2-3 meetings tops, and then we would be ready to go. But I take your point, Commissioner Pacheco. If we are going to continue to engage, then we need to accelerate this conversation. Are you all amenable to anything that we are saying right now? It's been a lot to digest.
So Jonathan Arnold with the Arnold Development Group. This is obviously, it's a mathematical equation, right? That there's many parts to it. We need to look at all of them together in concert and come to something that works for you and works for us. We will make ourselves available any day of the week to sit down and, if that can be done, and negotiate in good faith and be transparent and share with you what we think is possible and feasible, whether that's taking components out, reducing costs, and trying to see, is there something to do here or not? I think that we have obviously put a lot of work into this, and we welcome the opportunity to negotiate with you as ultimately the elected decision makers so that we can move forward or not. That's both are options that, but we need to find out. You know, it would be a shame to get to this point and then walk away and say, well, we never really had the conversation.
I agree. I will say, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm leaning towards, because I want us to land somewhere. If we're going to engage, I want it to be much quickly. I would be fine with, let's remove the star bonds for now, 30 days, everything's non-star bond related, come up with something, or we walk away. That's what I would prefer.
Thank you.
Commissioner, this is Todd
Yes,
LaSalle.
please.
At the risk of throwing a new idea into the mix, I think this might work. With great respect to everybody about having the lawyers on the sidelines for 18 months, if you, I mean, you all have worked with me for a long time. If you told us that we were supposed to be back here with a letter of intent within 30 days, and you'd let us blue sheet, right? Your agenda deadline's like the 13th or something. I know we're not going to have it by then, but if you told us that we had to get to a 2-pager or a 3-pager that's got deal points or not but between now and your next ED&F meeting, we'll do that. We'll drive that to a conclusion one way or another. We'll either get here with some deal points or we won't. We'll come and say we're apart on these things. And if your direction was go figure it out and get as much done as you can in the next 28 days, we'll do that.
Okay.
And we'll be back here and either tell you we are in alignment on these things or we're not, but we can know something by then as long as you'll let us blue sheet it. Because it could be the very last minute, it really could.
That'll be fine. You will have to be the one that asks our clerk to blue sheet it.
I promise.
So I will be clear on this right now in case I haven't been. 100% land conveyance for me is a deal breaker. 100% TIF for me is a deal breaker, sir.
Jonathan Arnold, can I address the 100% land conveyance? What we intended to put in our letter in our presentation to you all tonight was to explain that obviously the infrastructure needs to be put in part for more than just the first phase for things to work. Gravity, doesn't stop at a phase. Sewers need to continue to go downstream. But what we put in the presentation was that there would be clawbacks if phases were not executed on, and that it would be an evergreen agreement that would protect the UG, but still allow us to move forward with installing infrastructure and having the ability to finance the project. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were not saying you need to convey all the land to us and we can do with it whatever we want.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good clarity, Mr. LaSala.
Yeah, there's a way to deal with that. We've got it. We'll figure out a way to deal with that. The Scavuzzo's document did not convey all the land at the same time. We did it in pieces. I'm glad we did because we had to go take some of it back.
Right. We just need the clawbacks.
So, but his point is really well taken. If you're going to go do sewers or electrical or what, you ought to do it for the whole site. There's a way to do that without conveying the entire site.
Okay.
So,
all right. Are we at a place or not? Is there yes, sir.
I'd just like to comment on the last discussion that we had with between our attorneys and was to take the time to run potentially parallel paths around star bonds and this agreement that we're going to try to push forward. I just think that taking one of the tools that could be available off the table while we're trying to work out an agreement may get us to a spot where we say, gee, I wish we really had a meeting about were star bonds available, because it would be a shame to get to a point where we're making a decision of go, no go, and we haven't had the discussion with the state. I wonder if that's something that we should include in this period of time that we are contemplating working in an expeditious manner together.
Dr. Pacheco.
Thank you. With all due respect, I think up until this point, there's been ample opportunity to do that fact-finding mission. And also it's kind of one of those things where you're asking us to do it with you, right? And so I completely understand where you're coming at it from your business perspective, and I want you to, and I think you want to have the fullest picture for the project that you're intending. But I think at this point, we need to at least have some very basic understandings of the price of the land, the amount of the abatements, things like that, that then if we have some proof positive that that's there at minimum, that that's not going to be a complete stopgap or a complete impasse again for even more time, then we can do a fact-finding mission even together, because it would behoove us all to have that as part of the deal with the state. But again, my biggest concern is that, okay, we do that, and okay, now we got to wait to have a meeting with the lieutenant governor and blah, blah, blah. From my perspective, I don't like it. I think we move forward with, and I don't mind making it, but some form of a motion in which we direct our legal counsel, our EDC, our economic development department, anybody else who needs to be tailed in on it, to have these in good faith, earnest conversations with the development team to come up with some concrete answers within the next 30 days. That's how I would phrase it.
And I would think that if we make that action tonight, that we should be fast tracking that to the Thursday night meeting. Would that make sense? Or not necessarily needed due to the fact that we'd be asking for something coming to us on June 29, Commissioner?
And that was kind of my whole point is I don't know if we need to take any action
Oh, I'm sorry.
tonight, right? I think
Fast track our non-action.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, if we do nothing, that's fine. If we were going to kind of table something for 30 days, I would table the resolution that would get rid of this relationship. And that way it kind of adds a little bit more seriousness for you all to come up with a development agreement. So you know something's coming so that you would have to get it on the 29th. That's a little convoluted in my head, but we don't have to act on this tonight. I just want to make sure that staff is clear and that the Midtown Station team is clear on what we are needing from you all. And I think that's been laid out. That June 29th, that's what we need.
I think that's right, Commissioner. I don't think you need to take action or have a resolution or a motion. I think if your direction, if the consensus of this group is go work an LOI and come back with deal terms on the 29th or get as far as you can, we'll go do that.
Okay. Everybody agree, understand?
Jeff, you agree? You're good.
It's a no action
No action.
to return on June 29th, and we can do that.
Yep,
Okay, and you can do that.
we'll do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
All the partners can do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Unbelievable. And yet, believe it. But we will see you in a month, and I will see you sooner than that. And somewhere, that is our last item. Thank you so much, committee. Senator Haley, thank you for your time. By the way, point of record, I am going to commit to making sure you have the full agenda packet. And parking, and parking. Yes, sir. So that's on the record. This concludes our meeting tonight. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Davis still moved?
Checo, second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Pacheco. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Haley. Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard, Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. We are adjourned, and we will turn it to Commissioner Davis for Neighborhood and Community Development.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bynum. Let's give it 5 minutes. So we're at 8:50, 8:55. We will get started. 8:55, we will get started. Thank you for your patience.
Got there.
Did we though?
at the end just to try to get folks out of here. Thank you all so much again. We really appreciate your patience. Okay, let's get started. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for June 1st, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Bynum. Here. Davis.
Here. Thank you so much. First item on our agenda. Well, let me ask clerk, were there any revisions?
There are no revisions tonight.
Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, to get this show on the road, our first order of business is adopting the committee minutes from September 8th, 2025 and March 30th, 2026. Are there any comments or is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Bynum second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much, committee. I'm going to take some liberty here and move the Land Bank annual update to the end. Staff has told me it is actually going to be a pretty brief, and we have some folks here that have waited very patiently for their Land Bank applications, and so I want to prioritize them. So we'll jump to 4.2, just so everybody that's following along the agenda knows, and then we'll come back to 4.1 at the end. Please do not let me forget. Staff, I'll hand it off to you. 4.2, the Land Bank options with no opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Thank you, Commissioners. We'll go ahead and get started. Item A1, Maria Mendez, 2829 North Early Street. Item A2, Thompson Street Partners LLC, 1950 North 5th, 1948 North 4th, 1946 North 4th, 1942 North 4th, 1938 North 4th, 1936 North 4th, 1941 North Thompson, 1942 North Thompson. Item A4, M&R New Properties, 1904 North 13th, 1906 North 13th, 1908 North 13th, 1910 North 13th, 1912 North 13th, and 1916 North 13th. Item A5, Vladimir Baltazar and Yadira Moreno, 2452 South 12th. Item, that was item A5, Item A6, Sherry Drake, 436 Walker Avenue. Item A7, Christopher Gray, 7651 Webster Avenue. Item A8, Arnold Montufar, 435 South 72nd Terrace. Item A9, Kaylee Hofer, 3012 Washington Ave. And that concludes all the A items.
Thank you so much. Let's do C as well.
Thank you. And the one commercial application we had was Chantel Sims, 3304 Parallel Parkway.
Thank you so much. Okay, and these items, they received no negative comments from the advisory board or from neighborhood groups. Let's do public comment. Clerk, do we have any hands raised? Well, let me ask, did we receive any comment for the items that were just read?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to the items that were just presented? Let the record show no one has approached. I will close the public comment period for this portion for item 4.2. Committee, any comments or is there a motion?
Stites, motion to approve is submitted.
Howard, second.
Okay, thank you all so much. If there's no other questions, all right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to 4.3, no opposition for the property transfers. Mr. Sutton?
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. All of these are land bank property transfers. Item PT1, J. Libadar Ruiz Ayala, 1114 Shawnee Avenue, PT2. Olivia Moore, 3421 Bell Crossing Drive, PT3. Sheila Gutto, 3068 North 21st. PT4, Milton T. Cox, the 4th, 2812 North 21st. PT5, Casey Flores, 424 Shawnee Road. PT7, Isis Enrique Lopez, 1714 Haskell Avenue. And I apologize, there was an update. PT9 had been removed from the agenda. My apologies for not updating that. PT11, Luis Visara, 224 North Mill Street. PT11, Salvador Acosta, 2403 North 12th Street. PT15, Julia Chinchilla, 2731 Roswell Avenue. PT17, Ollie Hickman, 1929 Troop Avenue. PT18, Joshua Wood, 1512 Lowell Avenue. PT19, Lakeisha Brown, 2248 Roswell Avenue. PT22, Maria Cortez, 3301 North 44th Terrace. PT21, Anna Rivera, 5905 Metropolitan Avenue. And the final one we have is PT23, Cross Lines Community Outreach, 627 South Powell Street. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clerk, did we receive any comments or letters for the items that were just presented?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to the items that were just presented on? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion of this meeting for those items. Colleagues, any comments or is there a motion?
Bynum, motion to approve all items.
Howard, second.
Pacheco.
Okay. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay, that takes us to the items that do have some opposition. Please take it away, staff.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. I do have one update on this agenda. Item WOX1, this applicant has pulled their application. I received confirmation from them earlier today. To start, we have WOA3.
Before you continue, Mr. Sutton, just to make sure, the WXO was it the Eddie Villanueva?
That is correct, Commissioner.
It's 3113 Strong Avenue and then 1419 South 32nd Street, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that was read in the record. Please continue.
First item we have with opposition is WOA3. This is Thompson Street Partners LLC, with the application being at 336 Quindaro Boulevard and 333 Quindaro Boulevard. The opposition that we have is from Oak Grove neighborhood, and I'll read it. It is, the OGNA leadership has decided to deny and/or not support any land bank applications in our area this year, 2026, and moving forward within the next 12 to 18 months. OGNA is currently undertaking a quality of life master plan development project to have all the land bank parcels in our area assessed by the KDHE, or Kansas Health Department, with support from the unified government. We are concerned that some land bank parcels may contain hazardous contaminants such as lead, other hazardous gases or metals, and/or may involve inconsistent demolition practices, which could put any new residents, owners, or developers at unknown health or financial risk. That completes the comment for WOA3. Commissioner, would you like me to still go through the?
No, we can stop there. Clerk, did we receive any other letters for this item for WOA3?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this application? Okay, please give your name, city of residence. You will have 3 minutes. Is there a microphone? All right.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And I just want to verify that this is the application, Mr. Sutton, that I am speaking against, the historic, is that a 3-3?
That is correct, the 336 Quindaro Boulevard.
Okay, great. I didn't quite hear that. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm speaking against this application because in 1924, the Douglas Hospital, which was a all-black hospital, the first in Kansas City, Kansas, and its nursing station moved to that location right on the corner of Springfield and Quindaro. And from 1924, it stayed there, and then in 1937 is when it moved to the Quindaro area and was on the campus of the Western University. This area is also in extreme proximity to the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association, or Neighborhood Cemetery, excuse me. And so that area is rich in historical significance. I would also like to point to the Northeast Kansas City, Kansas Heritage Trail. The Heritage Trail, by definition, has embedded in it, and this is a document, a policy that was approved unanimously by the full commission, has within it something that is labeled a scorecard, and been working with staff on developing a rubric. And that rubric has 4 components. It's the history, the economic, the environmental, and also the mobility. So this particular lot fits within that rubric and fits within that policy, which according to the land bank policy is a plan that the land bank policy looks at and considers for Northeast development. So my position here, my request is that this committee deny this application. I'm understanding that there are plenty of lots in the Northeast or elsewhere in Wyandotte County that the applicant can use to build. but we'll
minute
keep
remaining.
that. Thank you so much. We'll keep that so that in our redevelopment plan that was noted in the information that was read before, we can look to do something significant and of historical value on that lot. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jefferson, and glad you're close by in case there are more questions regarding your opposition. For the other folks that are in the gallery, would anybody else like to speak to this application? Okay, let the record show no one else has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion, but committee, if there are questions for Ms. Jefferson or staff, please do not hesitate. Okay, committee, we have this item here. Staff, okay, so this is zoned for RP5 and they're wanting to build a single family home. I would imagine, are there any historic districts or environs or anything that we should be aware of regarding the history of this parcel?
Give us 1 second to look that up.
Yep.
It looks like it's actually just outside of the Oak Grove Cemetery boundaries, literally within feet of being outside of that boundary.
Okay, and it looks like there are two addresses for this application, so both of them are on the outside?
So both of them are outside of that historical district. Lot 336 is within Oak Grove neighborhood boundaries, though. Lot 333 is on the south side of Quindaro, so it's not technically within their neighborhood boundaries.
Gotcha, okay. That's good to know. For the parcel that is within the district, are there any details or anything that the applicant would need to know regarding, hey, if you want to build, here's certain restrictions? And I know, like, I'm thinking of like West Heights or even down here, right, where there are some, if you're in a historic area, there are some specific things to be that the applicant would have to do. But are we in that situation here?
I would need to double check with planning, but I don't believe so. While the site may have some historical significance, it's not anything that we have registered. So this would probably be one where I would just tell the applicant that he needs to really, really engage with this neighborhood group and ensure if it is allowed to move forward, that whatever they do is on par with what the neighborhood would like to see.
Gotcha. Or finding some sort of agreement if you can. I know sometimes that may not be possible. Okay. Thank you for indulging me. Committee, any questions, comments on this particular application? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I'd prefer to, at minimum, hold this for a month because I would like for us and/or the neighborhood to reach out to our Wyandotte County Historical Society and Museum for historical information based on what Ms. Jefferson has shared with us. What more historical information can we determine about this particular parcel? When you look at it, you can see that, part of the rock wall still remains. I realize that glorious looking structure is gone. But I'm a supporter of recognizing our historic places. And Elnora, I don't know if what's being proposed is a marker. Has there been any, go ahead and come back up to the microphone. Has there been any further discussion or et cetera on what would be there if you were to be able to not have a single family home built on the parcel?
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas, and thank you very much, Commissioner, for that question. When we went through the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail, there was supposed to be some type of memorialization for those significant locations, which there are plenty in the Northeast. So along that line, while we've not decided, nor have we appropriated money for that, it would be appropriate and also give us what we would want as a teaching and education and all of those types of things that you can wrap around that area to do such a thing. But the decision has not yet been made.
And yet we could say that it is a part of the Northeast Area Heritage Trail.
Absolutely.
It's definitely an historic spot
Absolutely.
on the trail.
Well, it is not on the trail because the trail diverted to Fifth Street.
Correct.
And there
Right.
may have been some reasons because of infrastructure, mark involvement, and so forth. However, from Director Gunnar Hand, he and I had a lot of discussions on that because I said it needs to be on the trail as well as a lot of locations on Third Street. And he assured me, well, you know, it would be a spur. And I believe that Ms. Marcy can confirm that. It would be a spur off of that. So it was always intentional that it would be part of that entire plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other thing to add, is that it used to be a 200-foot in that environment that Commissioner Davis, you were talking about, used to be 200 feet. However, it was the Landmark Commission, and that was changed during that, when we were looking at the Reardon Center because of the church there. So that was then narrowed and reduced to 100. That's the reason it's not already part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, DC
Commissioner.
Commissioner Howard. Commissioner Howard?
Howard, District 1, question to Mr. Suddington. Has this, or maybe Judge, you can answer this, Randy Greaves Historic Preservation, have they had an opportunity to, has an application been put in for this location to be on the historic preservation list before now?
Not that I'm aware of. Unfortunately, Mr. Greaves is no longer with the city, so I am not quite sure who I would contact besides doing like what Commissioner Bynum stated and going to like the Historical Society and seeing if they have anything on it.
Sure, thank you. The last thing is to the applicant, Ms. Jefferson. Is she there? If you could come to the podium, please.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. So my question to you is, Ms. Jefferson, have you ever brought this up to our planning and zoning department? I know you said you've talked to prior Gunnar Hand, which is our planning and zoning director, but had you ever went through the formal process, application process of putting this location on the historic list?
Answer your question is no. That was not done since that what do I want to say? That environment had been reduced. Prior to that reduction, there was no need to because it was inclusive. But to answer your question, no, we have not done that since that environment was reduced.
Got it. But you do believe that is a location that should be honored and recognized as a historic?
Absolutely.
Got it.
Commissioner, you can ask a lot of people who were born, were born, you know, at Douglas Hospital. It was the very first Black hospital. Prior to that, people who look like me could not be served at a hospital like that. It has significant historical value. And I believe the trip out to the museum will further will further justify that. Absolutely. You could just look at the stone.
Yeah.
If you had the opportunity, which you probably have, just look at the stone. You can't even get that stone like that anymore. And groundwork, the former NBR for the area, it did some planting and so forth in that area. We had our Earth Day there in 2022 because we saw the significance. One of the elder Black doctors, Dr. Love, lived a couple of lots to the west of that hospital. Absolutely, it has historical value.
Thank you for sharing that. So
Thank you.
with all of that being said, why is now the moment that it should be honored and recognized? After all of the data that has been pulled on that historic location, why is today or tonight the opportunity to recognize it and make sure that we honor it? Because there should have been a lot of homework done on this historic preservation prior, even outside of our department, because rather it's our planning and zoning department, and as you just heard, Randy Greaves is no longer with our department, and he had a lot of that history with himself, right? So when that history leaves with our department, right, there's a responsibility, as you just spoke of, Ms. Jefferson, for it to carry on, right? The research, the data, the history of it, right? And so, again, my question is, why today?
Why is it what? Why is it tonight?
Yeah, why tonight? Why
Okay.
is tonight so important?
Well, if I understand that, the reason it's so important tonight is because we have an applicant who wants to just dig up the dirt and build a house. And when that's done, that's lost. The significance is lost. Everything that we could do there is lost. I might also say that we had begun probably 10 years ago to actually make that a butterfly way station and put in some commemorization. That the neighborhoods and the people are organic, and the people they're dead now. So we have to kind of start all over again. I'm smiling, but that's just the reality of life. And I have the documents to prove that we invested money for the butterfly way station, but that just did not surface. But the reason I'm here today is because it's being threatened. And so I felt it was necessary to speak up and to bring in support the fact that the commission unanimously voted for the Heritage Trail Plan, of which of the 4 pillars, history is one. And gee whiz, in 1924, you can't, that's a lot of history right there. That's over 100 years.
And so, Ms. Jefferson, and I'll go ahead and end. I just wanted you to paint that picture because history is important, and in the Northeast area, there is so much rich history there. And as you have, and you continue to tell the narrative and the stories of the history there, we want to preserve that. And so, thank you for sharing that.
And thank you, sir, for asking the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Okay, so I think it sounds like we are okay with holding this over for 30 days just to find out more information and kind of see. Now, I do want to get clarity here. It looks like the historic part is 336, 333. Was there any contemplated historical significance?
Not that I've heard from neighborhood groups. And I even brought this up to the applicant that, well, hey, your opposition is specifically on 336, not 333. You could probably just split your application and move on. They weren't interested in that. They wanted to go ahead and move forward with both lots. And so I informed them that this would probably happen.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, committee, how would you all like to handle this? I think for 336, we would need to kind of figure out and just see what's there and what we could do if there is indeed confirmed historical significance and how we would handle that. And then there's also 333. Any thoughts on how you all would like to handle this? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
And I would just say that if the applicant is intent on only wanting to move forward with both, then I think we still do the historic fact finding as best we can within the next 30 days, and we get that. And if at that point maybe the person's mind has changed that they're okay with just being on the 333 and not the one that we are trying to historically preserve, then we move forward with like a split for that person. And if their intent on it has to be a package deal, then we vote on it at that point, knowing whatever historic information we have at that time.
Okay. Is that a motion for that item?
Yes.
And your motion is, can you make the motion?
Everything that I just said. The motion would be to hold over this joint application of the two properties to the next meeting, at which point we will have more historic information about specifically the 336 address. And if at that point the applicant still wants to move forward with both locations, then we can vote on it at that point. If they are intent on splitting it and just moving forward with 333 and giving up the 336 or whatever, then we will vote on whatever is available at that point. But
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, so go ahead and hold that motion right now. Commissioner Howard, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, Howard, District 1. Commissioner Bynum, you did have a motion as well, right?
I think I was in general saying hold, yeah, that I would be inclined to ask for a hold. So I think Commissioner Pacheco has made the motion I would have made.
Got it. Just trying to get some clarity.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that motion by Commissioner Pacheco to hold item WO83 to our next meeting. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to WOA11.
Thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. WOA11, Candace McCray, 727 Oakland Avenue. This application has actually been in front of you all before. It was initially held to allow the applicant to meet with the neighborhood group. The applicant has met with the neighborhood group, but the neighborhood group I just wasn't really satisfied with the information they had received. They were supposed to be showing them some designs and speaking through their process, but apparently they did not do that at the meeting. So the applicant is supposed to come back to meet with the neighborhood group additionally. And I actually spoke with Ms. Beverly earlier today, and her approval is, or not her approval, her removal of her opposition is pending when they meet again and they have some actual designs to show them. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, let's do public comment first. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
The folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment for this item. Is there any thoughts or is there a motion for this? Commissioner Bynum.
Bynum at large one. So it sounds like the neighborhood and the applicant are going to try to meet again.
That is
And
correct.
thank you for that reason. I'm willing to hold again for the outcome of that. It sounds like the neighborhood, and we know that neighborhood has a quality of life plan, and we know what's being built in that neighborhood. And we have an applicant that it sounds like is willing to take steps towards that. So I would also make a motion for a hold to our next neighborhood and community development meeting on this item.
Second.
Okay. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, WOA12. Staff?
Thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. WOA 12, Mill Creek Builders, Inc., 2453 North 57th Street. This is another one that has been in front of you all before, kind of the same issue where essentially the neighborhood group and the applicant were kind of playing some phone or email tag and just could not get on the same page on when to meet. To my understanding, and this was a conversation I had last week, maybe week and a half ago, is they had not still met in person, but they have discussed moving forward with this application. So I believe they are still waiting to have the meeting, but the applicant has been in contact finally with the neighborhood group with it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any like known, so let me, which neighborhood group are we saying is opposing?
I believe this is Loving Neighbors.
Gotcha. I think there's a lot of conversations that we're still having on that boundary and how expansive it is. Because we are still having conversations on that, I'm inclined to vote in favor of this. And we can just keep having ongoing conversations with that neighborhood regarding their boundary. And so before I do that, Clerk, were there any comments for this item?
No comments was received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. Staff, did you have? You had something?
Yeah, just a bit of, thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Just a bit of additional context. This developer, though, has worked in this neighborhood and has already had lots approved within this neighborhood boundary. So it's not like they've never spoken about development in this area. So thank you.
Gotcha. Other comments? Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this application.
Bynum, second.
Okay, Clerk, you can get the roll.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, last item, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. The last item we have WOX2, Ephraim Woods Jr., 2210 North 10th Street. This is our first extension request where per policy, they have already received a administrative extension. And now for an additional extension, they will need to come to you all for that. So I have let the applicant know that, and he's here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Woods Jr. We appreciate your patience. Please go ahead and enlighten us on what's happening with this application.
It has been permitted. The permit is in right now, and it's under review. So Mr. Hernandez has it at this very moment, and that's basically where we're at. So I need to keep that option agreement in place.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to do, stay just close by. I guess there's no one else here. Besides Ms. Jefferson, who's in the back of our staff. But stay close by. Don't go anywhere in case we have questions. For our staff or clerk's office, did we receive a public comment for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
For the folks here, there's no one else there. So I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay. Was there a question for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner
Yes,
Patton.
sir, please, if you don't mind. So it was 1 year, is that right? The option term is a year. And do I understand and then you had an extension?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you just tell us a little bit about what that process has been like for you, like what the experience has been? By the way, I'm really excited that you have a permit, right, coming. But I'm just curious, like 2 years, correct? What's it been like?
The righteous answer is it's challenging.
That's fair. That we need to hear. We need to know.
Yeah, it's my first project doing this.
Okay.
So the architectural part of it is a lot more intensive than anybody can imagine when you're coming in this cold. Especially if you're not just building something that's already prefabbed.
Mhm.
And you've got particular things that you want to meet. Like I have to go meet with my wife tonight and tell her, was I successful or not successful with this project? So that takes an extended amount of time. And then there's just bumbling that takes place. The architect submitted the permit like 3 months ago and he did not check. And the contractor said he didn't check it either. It said it's not for submission on there. So after the permit people got it, they said, I can't do anything with this. So he had to resubmit it in the last couple of weeks. So it's things like that that just keeps on extending things, and extending things over a period of time. Then contractors, I got a contractor, I love the guy, but the contractors, I'm learning that they just don't get back to you. You call them 50 times, you email them, you text them, it takes forever.
And not only that, if you do get one, they're not going to wait around, right? Because there's other work.
Oh, he's busy. Yeah. I can't say he does great work, but he's busy and they just don't get back to you. So that extends another. If I showed you my trail of emails right now, and so I've been contacting Mr. Sutton, Mr. Judge, and it's just been an extended period of time. Now, if I go back and do this again,
right,
that learning curve has been learned. So I know what to do and what not to do.
And it's your first time?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And please, you're trying to build yourself a home.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm extremely appreciative of your efforts. And then tonight you're here 5 hours before we call you to the podium to say,
Let's not talk about
you know,
that.
I'm not proud of that. But if you were here, you heard what we were talking about and it was very important.
It gives me leverage when I go home tonight and I can.
Okay, gotcha.
You have to do what it takes to get what you want.
Right, right. Well, good. And I mean, diligence and perseverance and thank you for what it is you're working to do, and that's have a home in this community. I really deeply appreciate it, and I would make a
Yes,
motion.
ma'am. And for the record, my dad is a class of 51 Sumner. I'm born in Los Angeles, California. So I have heritage here in the community. And so that I can move, I could do this anywhere. I don't have to do it on
I
10.
love that.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
doing this to upgrade the community, period, and give the other people in there something to shoot for. So that's why I'm doing it. I don't have to, but that's why I can go to Overland Park or Shawnee and do the same thing. But we're doing it right here. So, it's just like those children on the street when they're popping that and you see them pop that wheelie, then everybody else wants to pop the wheelie. And hopefully they'll start picking up the trash and doing all the things and cutting lawns that don't belong to me for the last 10 years. They can start doing those things too.
That's exactly that's exactly the goal. Thank you so much, so very much. And I would make a motion for the extension.
Second.
Yes, absolutely for the extension. Yes, staff.
Just a question on clarification for that extension. How long are we extending it for? 6 months, a year, 3 months?
I was just going to ask that, Commissioner Bynum.
I'm willing to extend a year if you think that it would be helpful for you to have a year.
Absolutely. It'll be
A year.
effective. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that'll be till June 1st, 2027. Motion was made by Commissioner Bynum, seconded by Commissioner Stites. And Mr. Woods, thank you so much for your commitment to seeing this project through. Your story and your journey is quite frankly why we stay up so late doing this work, is because we want builders to get their reps and to build up the development community in Wyandotte County. Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, last item, very quickly, we'll go through the update. And then, well, okay, how are people feeling? We don't have to do.
I say we
don't
can
have
do it
to
the
do-
next go around.
Okay, we will go ahead, and that actually works out because we had some folks that were going to present on the hold. We'll go ahead and move the land bank update, and we'll have it first for our meeting on the 29th, and then go from there. Okay, so that item, we'll just throw it on the agenda. We don't need to make motions and all that stuff. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Item so move.
Davis, second. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.